Hello, is that Sally? Sally, are you there? Hello.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. How are you?
Fine, you?
Good.
Sorry, I came early because I'm always obsessed of technical issues or something, so I prefer to come earlier.
No, that's good. It's so you being a very good girl, which is good.
Thank you.
How are you finding the class so far?
Oh, it's amazing. Yesterday I called Saeed. I wanted to ask him something. So I was like, Saeed, the session was amazing.
Mashallah, I'm very happy to hear that. That means a lot to me. It means a lot to me.
Sahib, really. I told him the coach and the session, it exceeded my expectations a lot. I told him I wasn't expecting. Sahib, I wanted to ask you, I want to do the PMP and later on, after 1 month or two, I would like to do the HR one. Are you the one who give it or no?
HR?
There is something like PMP. It's called, I think, HRMP, or I don't know. There's something also related to HR, a certificate.
I mean, there might be one, but it's not me. The one I deliver is the leading safe.
Okay. Leading safe.
Leading safe is the one. So, Sally, I actually, when you guys logged off yesterday, 3-4 people asked me, are you the instructor for Leading Safe? Leading Safe is a 2-day course, which is happening in about 2 weeks' time on the Saturday and Sunday as well. You can quickly get, also. And it's a very fun course. And it will help you pass the PMP as well. The exam for Leading Safe is only 1 hour. And it's like you can do it within 3 to 4 days. That's how easy the course is.
It's a certificate, I mean, called Leading Safe. Okay. I didn't know.
I'm going to mention it to all the delegates today because so many people were asking me yesterday in the Q&As, are you the instructor? I said, yes, I am. I've got the YouTube and I'll send out the YouTube links and stuff just to let everyone see it. So everyone can see it. Actually, I should get that ready now. So Sally, how's things on your side?
I'm great. Today is the election days in my country in Lebanon, so it's it's very stressful day for them. Thank God I'm not there. Thank God.
Hopefully, inshallah, everything goes well.
I hope so. Really, it's sad, wallah. I never thought Suhaib to leave Lebanon. Really, never, ever. I would never imagine myself leaving, but really they forced us. Really.
That's a shame. That was a shame. I still remember when I saw what happened with the explosion. I was sitting in Glasgow at that point, and I was like, I cannot believe this is happening. I just couldn't believe it. It just, for me, my head could not process it at all.
What about us? We were there. Oh my God.
Yes. Yeah. Very sad. Very sad. It is very sad.
Hi, Yervant. Yervant, I think.
Yes. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Also, Sally, I also think about going to Lebanon every single day.
Don't.
Yes, but what we do, this is it. This is the situation that we're in.
Yervant, you are Lebanese?
Yes, I'm Lebanese.
Okay. Yervant, اليوم الانتخابات elections.
I know today are the elections. I hope the people will choose the right.
Will wake up. I hope people wake up.
The worst thing that happened to our country are the political parties that destroyed the country. That forced us to go outside.
Exactly.
It's a shame. It really is a shame. No, I really do. I hope the people elect someone or they do something to take back control of the country. I really do.
I hope so. See, some of the people are awake, but the majority is that, it's a strategy, Suhaib. Like you keep the people hungry, and whenever the such things come, they bribe them with, let's say, food or money or anything. So they will say, this political party has got my back. But actually he's giving you, let's say, $100, but he's ripping off all your money instead.
Yes.
So, Haib, did you eat kebab yesterday?
Yes. Yes, I did. I was starving. And yes, I went and had the kebab, and there was someone sitting there. They came up to me and said, I was sitting there eating, and they kept looking at me and looking at me. I was like, and giggling. I was like, why is this person giggling? And then I just kept my head down, and just when I was about to pay, the guy comes up to me and says, hey, are you the guy of TikTok? And I was like, yes. I said, yes, I am. And he says, did you make the 100 dirham video? I said, yes, I did. That was me. What can you do for 100 dirhams? He said, I absolutely love that video. I forwarded it to 10 people what to do. And so, yeah, that happened yesterday. And then when I came back in the house, what did I do? I prayed. And then I think I was supposed to go live, but I went to the gym quickly. Then I came back. I think I went live on TikTok around about 10:30 last night, and I got some funny stories to tell from that live from last night. So I'll share it when the class is all joined. I'll share the stories.
Okay.
That was hilarious.
So, Saab, do you live in Dubai or in Scotland?
So so my mom and dad and my sister are in Scotland, but I live here in Dubai.
I hear Scotland is very nice.
Yes, Scotland's got nice. It's like nice farms and cows.
Although
sheep,
the weather is
chickens.
not that encouraging, may I say? Yeah, I don't know.
If you've ever seen what's that thing called on Netflix? The one of the dragons. Games. The
Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones. That's what Scotland is.
Oh,
yes, that's Scotland. Yeah,
that's very nice.
That's Scotland for you.
Any country that has a history and the culture, it's very interesting. And in Scotland, Edinburgh is a very nice place to.
Yes. Absolutely. So guys, last night, believe it or not, we actually did have a problem with the Zoom link. I was about to crap my pants at one point and say, oh Jesus, this is. So we were going to go to the switch to the backup YouTube link that we have. So guys, we always do a backup on YouTube because we are so scared to death with what Zoom does. Sometimes Zoom it says it's recording, and it didn't even record. I only got the message at around about, I think it was very late in the night when the Zoom recording was done. So that's when we sent it out to, I think everyone received the Zoom, yeah?
Yeah, we received it.
Yeah. At 7 p.m., I was saying to Said, let's just send the backup YouTube link just in case, because I don't think we're going to get the Zoom link last night. But alhamdulillah, we actually received it. But yeah, I'm as every day, I'm saving it a backup to YouTube just in case if we need it as a precautionary, because last night was I think after 3-4 sessions, that was the first time when I felt, okay, this ain't going to come through. But alhamdulillah, it did come through. So yeah, that was the thing. So yeah, how was everyone else's days last night? Did you all have a good evening?
Well, from my side, I barely slept for like 2 hours. We have a newborn baby. He's 2 months old, so he's all the time waking up. You need to feed him. It's a project. A very interesting project.
It is.
And requires a lot of planning. And basically, the baby is the stakeholders. He decides everything.
Sally, how about yourself? What did you get up to?
Honestly, yesterday I was very hungry after the session, so I went to
Was that because of me, Sally?
Because of you, yes. Because it's been a long time since I was studying or focusing on something. Lately, I was very lazy. So yesterday, I was like, oh my God, I lost lots of energy. I want to eat.
Yeah. Absolutely. Good stuff. That's very good. That's very good. So yeah, cool. Very cool. Actually, I'm going to test. Mariam, can you hear us now? Are you able to talk? Maybe not. Okay. Ahmed, tell us, how was your evening last night?
Yeah, hi, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My evening yesterday, I was playing Xbox. That's it.
What game on Xbox, man?
Far Cry 5. I'm late about it, so I just finished it yesterday.
Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, it's just like I like shooting people, so it's kind.
It's fine, man. It's fine. It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, but the weather was nice yesterday. I was in Saadiyat Beach, Seoul Beach, because I live in Abu Dhabi. So this beach is like the wave was very high, and it was windy. It's beautiful actually. I spent like 1 hour getting some fresh air.
Cool. I can see Asma has joined. Asma, how was your evening?
Hi, good. It was good. It was fine. How was
Were you hungry, Asma?
Yesterday? Yeah. I ordered udon noodles right away after we finished the training.
Fair enough. Maybe I should not be talking about kebabs today. Maybe I should be talking about Monday or start promoting something else today. Guys, I've received a message for Win was with us yesterday. He's saying, what's he saying? Hey, Suhaib, sorry, I can't join today's class. I'm having a bit of a fever right now. I'll listen to the recording once when I get better. So that's Win from yesterday. He might not be able to make the session today, but he'll might join us later on, or he might watch the recording afterwards. So that's the situation there. Guys, so do feel free to get ready. Feel free to chat away in the background. I'm just going to do a few more setup here. And that's it. We'll get started. I'm looking for about 8 people. As soon as we've got 8 people in the session, I'll immediately make a start. All right, all right. Okay, so I think we've got about 8 now. Akash, Ahmed, Asme, Huawei Nova 7i. I wonder who that is. Is that the Hawaii company that's joining us for the training today? Mariam, Sally, and Yervant. So yeah, so Huawei, please rename yourself. That is me. Okay, okay, I understand. I understand. So I think I'm going to just make the start to the session because it is 10 a.m. And I should also start the recording as well. Actually, no, before I start the recording. Okay, cool. Yesterday we went live on, it was actually quite later on. It was very late in the evening that we actually went live on TikTok. And we actually had a lot of callers that did come in, and they were asking questions around jobs, career advice, all that stuff. So it was me and Said that were on the air. And one guy came on the air and he was like, I need a job. I said, okay, fine. We tried to help him, improve it, we gave him like a plan that he could follow. That's why, so he can land himself a job. And then at one point he says live on the air with us, yeah, but I just, I don't want to put the effort in. Or it was something along the lines, I don't want to put the effort in. I just want someone to give me a job. And when we heard that, I was like, are you serious? Like, do you really mean that? Like, do you really expect someone to come over to you and just hand you a job like this? You have to put in the effort. Obviously, I didn't say that live on the air, but sometimes we hear people like that come on TikTok. They actually say this. So then I was starting to think about the class, yesterday's class, and obviously yourself today. That's the difference there. The people that are ready to make the difference, that are ready to make the improvement in their life to go forward and actually make a change that's going to change their lives forever. Yes, everyone has big dreams of becoming that rich person, having, a big dream, having, whatever it is, big cars, whatever it is, a big mansion, and being very successful, being a film star or whatever it is. But it comes with effort. But it just struck me very odd that was the first time ever I had heard that kind of, that perspective. I want a job, but I'm not going to put any effort into it and getting it. So why should we give you the job for anything in the first place if you're not prepared? You're kind of revealing a part of your mentality at this point. But yeah, that was funny. And then we had some good callers as well last night, which was around what's the word here? Yeah, they were actually asking about what courses to take in the future and stuff, which is quite funny. So Galaxy, are you able to talk now? Galaxy.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Is that Mariam?
Yes, that is.
Oh, finally, we can hear you. Amazing.
Yeah, but I'm not sure I'm going to use this for a long time.
Okay, fine.
I'm
no
having
problem.
echo. I'm using my laptop and my phone, so I'm having echo.
Okay, sure. No problem. No problem. Fine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, cool. So that's cool. That's cool. Now, guys, after the Q&A yesterday, during the session yesterday, a lot of people were asking me about the courses that they can take in the future. Now, there are some courses, which is the one that's coming up is the Leading Safe one. I do recommend, I will send you guys the video links during today. Let me just go and grab them again online. I'll send them over. That's the course that's coming up. That's the one I would recommend for everyone to take if you are interested to take it. It'll be me. It'll be run in a very fun, experiential way as well. And the good thing about the course is it's a very easy exam, and I give you the exam answers during the course. Hint, hint. Because it's a follow-up to the PMP, because the PMP teaches you the project management. The Leading Safe course teaches you the agility part. And it also teaches you how to execute a very, very big project, a big one. which is not covered in the PMP actually, which is the funny thing. So this is why the Leading Safe course is actually a very important thing that you may want to consider. I will send you guys 4 to 6 videos that will educate you upon if you want to take that Leading Safe course. You can watch it, you can get more insights, and then obviously you can talk to Said and get yourself booked on there. I'll be the instructor. It's on 2 days, Saturday and Sunday, which is coming up after the PMP, and people normally pass within 24 to 72 hours after the course. So it's a very, very easy exam. And you get the LinkedIn badge, you get the student manuals, it's all official, and it's coming from Scaled Agile Framework, which is globally recognized as well. So, which is a very positive for your CV. So you're walking away with 6 days of training with me. So, and that's you done. As far as I'm concerned, that's you done. You don't need to attend another training course for the rest of your, for another 5, 6, 7 years until you guys feel you need to attend another one. So, that's that, but I'll send you the links during the course of today. But we want to come back to this session now, and we want to talk about module 2. So we're going to go through a big exercise that's coming up, a very fun one. And I will also start the recording to the cloud. So backup is running to YouTube, and we've got the live recording happening to Zoom. So if one fails, the other one should be working. Now, we've got a quick little rubbish, little boring lecture to give. Just 5, 6 slides very quickly. And then we're going to get into the fun stuff. There is something called EEFs, Enterprise Environmental Factors. This is just basically anything that could be internally or externally there within the company that could maybe influence or start to constrain or start to cause issues to the project team. This is called EEF. So it's a definition. You just need to memorize it. So the company culture could be a problem. The way the way of the layout of the company could be an issue. Hierarchical structural issues. It could be anything. So there's not like one specific thing. There can be many things that could be considered. It could also be the workflow, the process, the policies that could cause issues as well. Here's some examples. Internal organization culture, geographical distribution, resource availability, employee capability, and also externally, marketplace, social, legal, government, all that good stuff. So EEFs, it's anything that's going to cause an issue to the project team, which could be anything at the end of the day, okay? So that's EEFs. There's another one called OPA, Organizational Process Assets. This is the 4 Ps, plans, processes, policies, and procedures that could actually affect the project team, okay? This OPAs can also be part of the EEFs. That's just something to consider. Hopefully I'm not confusing anyone there. Let me know if I've confused anyone there. So the EEFs can also potentially cover the OPA, okay? Let me know in the chat if that's okay, if anyone's confused. OPAs are just plans, policies, procedures, and processes. That's it. So that's pertaining to the project team, okay? Or to the company as a whole. But sometimes the OPAs can also fall underneath an EEFs, but it is still an OPA. It is still considered an OPA, okay? Some examples of OPAs. Well, obviously, I said it there, processes, policies, procedures. This could be from the project management office, the PMO. This could be from the HR team. It could be from the legal team. It could be from internal audit. It can be from anyone. Templates, life cycles, checklists. This could be from anyone again. An organizational knowledge bases. That could be the learning and development teams knowledge base. It could be communities of practice. It could be anything. So that could be considered an OPA. It could also be the processes the departments follow. It could be the policies, the governance team issues. All this stuff is followed underneath OPAs. But just don't forget, guys, when it comes to EEFs, EEFs can also cover the OPAs, but they're still labeled OPAs, but it can also fall underneath an EEF as well, okay? Because EEFs is also, it's an internal or external constraint or a control or an influence on the team. And as you can imagine, any one of these documents can also be an influence or a potential control on the team as well. Guys, give me a yes in the chat box if that's okay so far, what I've said, if you've understood all of that. Okay, Ahmed said no. Okay, I'll explain it again. That's not a problem. For Ahmed's sake, I'll just make it very, very simple. For me, it's much easier to understand. Sure. Let's say we were all working in Emirates NBD. My favorite example, because I actually worked at Emirates NB in 2019. And Emirates NBD has a very, very open culture. If it's got a very open, collaborative culture, it falls underneath an internal EEF, okay? It's a cultural thing, so it's internal. Let's say the government comes and they put in 25% VAT in 2019. That is considered an external government standard or financial consideration or whatever it is, right? Let's say internally, this is again an internal one, we do not have the skills to execute a project. Well, that falls underneath EEFs, is an internal thing, and it's an employee capability issue, as you can see at the bottom there, employee capability, okay? Where's my pen? Employee capability issue. Now, when it comes, let's do another one. Let's say there is, we have too many employees within the company now, and we need to construct and buy a brand new building so they can go and work in this brand new building. This is an external physical thing that we need to consider, okay? Let's say we have a brand new product and we want to promote it on our social media channels. This would be a social thing or a marketplace condition, or one of these ones, right? One of these ones. None of these are solid, right? It's just, whatever you can fit it into. So these are factors. These are just things that it can be a condition. It can be it's going to control, that's going to influence the team, it's going to constrain the team, or even direct the project in a specific way. That's all it is. So, but the major thing is it can be internal or external. OPAs are very simple, guys. Plans, processes, policies, and procedures. So plans is anything that the PM does. Processes are normally laid out by the your manager, if I can write. Policies and procedures, that's obviously created by internal audit or governance teams, and procedures are obviously created by you and your teams and your departments. And when it comes to it, any one of these documents are usually policies, procedures, and plans and stuff. It's usually a document or some sort. And also don't forget the knowledge bases that exist as well. Ahmed, I hope that's made it clear for you. Mohammed, I hope that's made it clear for you as well. Yes, thank you. Thank you, guys. Couple more, and Asma as well, thank you so much. A couple more slides, and then we go into something really cool. Some of the project management stuff as well. Guys, agile is an important piece of the puzzle. The good thing is that as we're conducting this course, it's blended in. Most of the agile stuff is blended in. However, if you really want to know your agility, if you really want to be the top of your game, if you really want to get that salary that you're looking for, that promotion or your pay rise, I really recommend you look into Leading Safe, which is happening in 2 weeks' time or 3 weeks' time. Talk decide when the date is. But the major thing is this agile stuff is where the teams work collaboratively. Now, if you've noticed in the PMP, everything is about collaboration, and they give you some structure, but the real structure, the real step-by-step instructions, the real how to do it exactly exists in Leading Safe. This is the blueprint, okay? Well, the PMP will empower you to do the collaboration. It doesn't tell you how to do it. That's the difference. Predictive plan driven is your project management. This is what we're covering. So agile, everything to do with people, everything to do with collaboration, everything to do with empowerment is your agility stuff within the PMP that we're covering. But when it comes to the predictive and plan driven, this is the structure. So between today, tomorrow, and next week, you will see the predictive and plan driven. This is going to become alive for you today, tomorrow, and next week. Hybrid. This is a combination of agile and predictive. So technically speaking, guys, we are covering hybrid today, okay? Basically, the new PMP is hybrid. This is one of the things that we should always bear in mind, because it's been the previous PMPs caused a lot of problem because they were almost contradictory to the agile ways of working. And this is what a lot of students felt, but a lot of the instructors knew it wasn't like that. But just remember, guys, that agile, if you really want to know all your stuff and you want to walk out from this training 100% capable, take the Leading Safe course so you can really master it to a T. A predictive plan driven is what we're covering in the PMP, but because this is the brand new PMP, we're covering the hybrid, which is a blend of agility and predictive plan driven methodologies all fused together, okay? And yes, when it comes to predictive and agility, when you smash them together, it is fantastic for projects. It allows you to learn new methods, techniques. It mixes the resources. It gets high in stakeholder involvement, and actually it also gets customers to get really involved with the projects as well, which is really, really good. 2 more slides, then we can get onto something fun. Just the adaptive life cycle. So guys, when we talk about iterative, all we're talking about here is that we keep repeating. We repeat the activities until correct, okay? So we keep repeating the activities until they become correct. So let me just, let me do something. Hold on, guys. Let me just get the eraser. So I wasn't too happy with that. So if you want to draw something here, this is the easiest way. Activities repeated until correct. And when it comes to incremental, basically activities are performed once per increment. So once per delivery, okay? Well, iterative is activities are repeated until it's correct. Activities performed once until we deliver it. And agile is iterative or incremental, or it can be both. So it's actually both of them. Okay. So it's a combination of iterative and incremental, which equals agility at the end of the day. So guys, back in the day, I used to have an iPad, but I sold it off because I wanted some other stuff. So I used to be drawing all over the screen. It used to be so funny to watch. The whole screen used to be covered in writing at one point. But I'm using the mouse now, so it's a little bit more challenging. So forgive me on that one. So iterative, you keep repeating the activity. So an example would be, I would tell Mohammed, okay, you've got this activity, which is to create these cupcakes and make the cupcakes the best, tastiest version that you can make. So Mohammed would go and start cooking, baking until he would get the best cupcake, the most tastiest cupcake made. Incrementally could be that I would tell Sally, we need to get the best cupcake, but you can only do this activity once every time when we meet up. So every time we meet, every once a week or twice a week, have it done. So she would go and she would prepare prepare the recipe, get it cooked, and then she'll bring it over and show it. So okay, this is the first one that we've done. Is it good or bad? No, it's not. So make it better. So she'd go back the next week and do it. So per delivery, she will make it once, while the iterative, you do it many times. And agility is a combination of both. That can be confusing. So let me make it a little bit more easier. Now, this is where the exam focuses on. Now, guys, when it comes to agility projects, typically it's software. Typically, it's mostly software, okay? Also, research and development projects are very good for agile projects. So agile methodology. Predictive plan driven, I'm sure you would have guessed by now. Construction, anything that involves physical assets, and anything that you've done in the past, which is similar. Iterative projects where learning and correction is expected. Incremental, where customers or businesses wants or expects to see outputs of a partial output early and often. This is typically mobile apps, Android apps, websites. This is very much software. This is how the software world functions. Hybrid, mix of resources and experience levels. This hybrid thing only happens when the project manager is quite experienced. He can mix and match and stuff, do all kind of funky stuff. That's it. Okay. Any questions before we move on?
So can you give us an example of hybrid, like in companies where it's applied? Because you mentioned it's software, but the project manager has to be experienced. So what kind of a project is it?
So, okay, maybe that was the wrong thing for me to say. If you have a good enough understanding of agility, actually, no, I'll give you a better example. If you have a good enough understanding of making people work collaboratively, and you also have a good enough understanding of how to lay out project management structure, process, the workflow of how to execute a project, you can mash it together. What that basically means is that rather than you directing people, rather than you telling people what to do, you make people work collaboratively together, and they get the answers by working collaboratively, by being empowered. Does that make sense what I'm saying here, Van?
Yeah, I guess so, because basically hybrid is related to knowing how to deal with people. Is this what I understand?
Dealing with people, empowering people, but also mixing and mashing the different agility approaches with the hybrid approaches. So you'll see bits and pieces of this throughout this course, but the bulk of this is covered in the Leading Safe, I would say, okay, of how to do it. So you're asking me the how is it actually done. The how is actually covered in the Leading Safe course properly.
Actually, how and when?
Yes, yes. How and when covered in Leading Safe properly.
All right.
Yeah. But guys, for this course, it's good enough to understand, because you'll notice people keep coming up in the courses and in the modules that will be coming up as well in the evening, again, within the afternoon session as well. You'll see the people element come back again. That's where all the agility stuff. It's all about focus on collaboration and empowerment. I think, Sally, do you have a question there?
Me? No, sorry, by mistake.
Oh, okay. I thought you're new to that. No problem. Akash, I'm still confused about the agile and hybrid. Can you please explain once? So, guys, when it comes to agility, I'll also send you some links as well, Akash, just not to worry. Akash, it's all about working. It's all about collaboration. It's all about empowerment. It's about inspiring people. It's all about creating a safe culture so people can be entrepreneurial. Hopefully I'm spelling this correctly. It's because typically a project manager forces people to do stuff, forces people of how to get it done. The agile perspective is completely different. It's totally different. This is where your Scrum comes in, your Scrum Masters, your product owners. You might have heard of these terms, very popular terms. Product manager comes in. This is the future. Agile coaches. This is where the industry is heading to. This is what I'm saying to most of you, that if you really want to walk out here knowing your stuff, this is where that Leading Safe course comes in. And this is where you cover all this stuff. the collaboration, the empowerment, inspiring, the creating a safe Scrum Masters, product owners, product, and there's also stuff called agile release trains, which is the massive structure that you put in place to execute a large project, which is phenomenal structure. And we actually do a live example, within the class. But also, guys, when it comes to agility, there's methods. Kanban is one of them. The how it's done is all covered in Leading Safe. It's not covered in the PMP. PMP gives you some supporting slides. That's what it does. So when it comes to Scrum and the Scrum team, there are some supporting slides that's given to you within the PMP slides. So you are given some that you can read up, but it doesn't tell you how to do it. Sprint planning, the Scrum reviews, all this stuff, the daily stand-ups, all this stuff is properly covered in the Leading Safe course. The sprint reviews, there's tons of stuff. PI planning, the inspect, what was it called? Inspect and adapt workshops. I mean, think about if you knew all this stuff, how good you'll be in the workplace. So yeah, Akash, I'll send you guys some videos that you can watch on this, and it might give you a better perspective going forward. Is that okay, Akash? Yeah, noted. Cool. I'll do that. Right, guys, I actually want to move on to the next topic because it's actually the fun bit. So guys, this is the first part of you starting to learn the process now of project management. So do get ready. And I'm going to bring in my favorite example again from yesterday. You are the father of the bride. Now, remember, guys, yesterday you created the stakeholder register. Remember yesterday, you guys created the stakeholder register for the family. Asma was very yes. I take it that was your favorite exercise from yesterday, Asma?
It was a fun exercise.
It was a fun exercise. You are the father of the bride, and your daughter's wedding day is coming up. How sweet. And yes, you are the project manager. Ha, ha, ha. Good luck. Requirements, you have to invite 500 guests, invitations, reception, catering, live band. Mariam Ferez, please. Wedding dress, wedding cake, honeymoon. Oh, by the way, I do have a crush on Mariam Ferez for anyone that's interested. Yes. The answer is yes, I do have a crush on her. Constraints, 500,000 dirhams is the budget. You might need more. You might need to go to the bank. Time schedule, 30 days until the wedding day, and the Burj Al Arab Hotel. God knows if that's enough money. I have no idea. But you're the father. You got to figure it out now. What's the task? We're going to have a little bit of fun here because once when you realize what's going on here, it starts to make more and more sense. Yesterday, you created a vision statement, but again today, try to create a vision statement for this wedding. The project charter that you guys done was very good yesterday. And remember, you created a project charter. I want to just show you an example here. That sometimes a project charter can also look like this. This is a template that I found on Google, and I actually wanted to put it into the course because I found it very useful. So guys, take a picture of this. Please take a picture, take a snapshot, take a picture. You might actually want to use this in the future for a project charter going forward. So yes, so do check, do take a picture because it might be very beneficial for you guys, going forward. So what are you going to do for this one? There's something called, I think it's actually a good idea that you guys start off with the project, the project charter. But as we go through it, guys, just remind me, which project charter did you create yesterday? Which one was it? What was it for the wedding? I think it was for the wedding, yeah? No. Sally, which project charter did you create yesterday? Oh, it was Miss World. Oh, damn it. So you have to create this one. Yes, it was the Miss World one. Yes. So yes, So guys, take a picture of this. Take a picture of this. Because this is going to link up. Guys, this is the... Everyone always asks me, Suhaib, I want to leave the PMP knowing exactly how to start the project. I'm going to give you the full starting and the ending today of the project. The full thing today. So take a picture of this. Take a picture of this. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And obviously, you've probably taken a picture of this. I want you guys to create a project charter which looks something similar to this to make it easier for yourselves. So you know what the goal is to get the, you know, to get the girl married, who the team is, the father, the mother, etc., etc. What the timeline could potentially look like, okay, and the scope. And don't forget, guys, honeymoon. Don't forget the dress for the bride, the cake, Mariam Ferez for the booking, or whoever the big star is nowadays. I don't know. Have a little bit of fun as well. Be a little bit creative. Remember, work in that agile mindset, which is about that, you know, the empowerment, the creativity. Don't just necessarily feel that these are the requirements. There might be other requirements that the bride has not mentioned as of yet. So this is the trick here, okay? And then after when we do this, we'll come back. And then I'll just check this. I'll just check everyone's on track, and then we'll take a break, and then we'll come back. We'll continue the exercise. Okay, so there's a lot. So we'll do the first breakout room, and we'll do about 3 rooms, and actually we'll create less. We'll create less. Actually, recreate them into 2 rooms and recreate. Yeah, cool. We'll do that. So it's Akash, Ahmed, Asman, Yervant in room number 1, and room number 2, it's Mariam, Mohammed, and Sally. Okay, so that should be it. Yervant, please go ahead.
Yes, my question is, when you mentioned the constraints, do you mean them by challenges, or what do you mean exactly?
Challenges, something that could hold the team back, something that could it's a boundary for the team that they can't cross.
So basically, from the perspective, so that I understand, the father can spend only 500,000 dirhams.
Yes, yeah, that's a constraint.
We have 30 days to plan all this.
Yes,
that's a constraint. And it has to be in Burj Al Arab Hotel.
So feel free to be creative on this one. I'm not going to hold you guys because there's no. Obviously, I'm not examining you here, guys, but I want you guys to have the practice of knowing what happens during the initiation and the planning of the project. That's why I'm doing this.
All right.
That's the reason. Okay. So guys, good luck on this one. You can share your screens. Don't forget that. You can share your screens when you are in there. And so good luck. I'll give you guys about 10 minutes, about 10 to 12 minutes to do your best one on this. Feel free to use Microsoft PowerPoint. It'll make things easier. Good luck. Hey guys, welcome back. Welcome back, guys. So I noticed a lot of the team was still doing a lot of the work there. So I kept the rooms open. So I gave you guys an extra, I think it was an extra 15 minutes there just to make sure you guys completed it all. But it's good. I was checking in the rooms. I could clearly see you guys had taken it to another level. I like this. I actually really was impressed with some of the work. The reason why I allowed the extra 10-15 minutes is because this is the beginning of you initiating and planning the project. You must get, if you, the better the planning, the better the creativity in this stage, the easier and much more better of a project manager you will be going forward from this course. So that's why I really wanted you guys to continue planning on that. I also want to gift you guys 15 minutes break time as well. I think you guys have done a phenomenal. I was checking in the rooms in hidden mode, and I really liked some of the work there. So I think you guys absolutely deserve a 15-minute break there. Once when we come back, Mohammed, yes, I know you tried your best. I was watching you guys in the background. It was phenomenal. I'm very impressed with some of the work that you guys did there. And yes, it is a lot of information to gather. Yes. So guys, 15-minute break. Please save the documents. Please, whoever has got the PowerPoint sheets open, please save the document. You're going to need it for the next phase of after the break. Okay. Save the document. So guys, 15-minute break. Please come back at 11:15. Okay, so see you back in 15 minutes. Hey everyone, so it's about 11:15. Hopefully you had a good break there, and hopefully you're ready to go for the next part of the course. So yes, previously we did the project charter there, but we're going to move on to something related to the project charter, which is a exceptionally important document, and a document that you might have heard of before as well. So this document is called the Requirements Traceability Matrix. Exceptionally important document. And in this document, it's we want to do this very simply, guys, within our groups, is that we want to write down, obviously create an Excel spreadsheet or wherever you want to do this. Give it a number, how many requirements you've got. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Give the description of the requirement. Who is it coming from? So guys, let me make it a little bit easier for yourselves. So because I always notice that people take this too complicated, so give it the, the numbers of the requirements, and the requirement description is a good column to have. Also mention who said the requirement, and also write down what the expectation is of that requirement, the expectation, which could be really important. And that if there's any time, any deadline, any deadlines associated with it. So guys, just a couple of columns just to make it easier to understand. So the requirement description, who said the requirement, what the expectation is on that requirement, and if there are any deadlines associated with the requirement. Now, the reason why we use the requirements traceability matrix is very important, because it tells us who said what, why, who said what. So if in the future we need to go back and find out who said what, this document is perfect for us. Does that make sense to everyone? Give me a yes in the chat if that makes sense. Because guys, the project is complicated. We get bombarded with a whole bunch of crap every day. So we need to know exactly who is saying what and when was it said, because it's important. And guys, feel free to add in extra columns if you'd like to. And I'm also going to gift you guys about 15 minutes on this one. 15 minutes on this one. So use the example from the previous, the father of the bride, use that example. And continue the thing. So this is the next section. This is the next section that we're on to. Okay. Yervant, please go for it.
Yeah. So hey, basically, are we going to fill up this Excel sheet, or what is it?
Yes, use this. So try to make an Excel sheet, but use the columns I've mentioned. Requirements description, who said the requirement, expectation, and deadlines, just to make it simple and easy for everyone to understand.
Okay, so just let me write it down. So basically you want the description.
Yep.
And then who said what?
Who said the requirement?
Who said, basically who said that this requirement is needed?
Yes.
Okay. All right, the third point.
Expectation.
Expectation from the bride, you mean, or who?
From the person who said the requirement. What is in their mind? What are they expecting?
Person who suggested it.
Yes, yes.
Who suggested, okay.
And if there's a deadline.
The deadline. So the deadline, is it decided by the person who suggested it?
It could be said, yeah, that we need this done by next week. It could be, yes.
All right.
Cool. And guys, it's also in the chat box as well. So guys, I'm going to give you about 15 minutes on this one. So have a little bit of fun. But the major thing is you understand that this is an important piece of the puzzle when it comes to project planning and when it comes to the PMP as well. So as you're practicing it, you start to feel why it is more and more important, especially for the beginners on the course here, extremely important. So you go back into your original breakout rooms and good luck. So opening all breakout rooms now. Hey, Asme, everything okay? Oh. Hey everyone, welcome back. So that was about roughly 15 minutes there. So hopefully you got something that resembles closely to a requirements traceability matrix, but the fun does not stop there. Oh yes, we are still continuing this exercise. But guys, this is good. Most instructors do not take you from the A to Z of this. I'm taking you from A to Z within this course so that you know exactly what to do when you exit this course, when you're project planning. And then obviously we'll get into the execution next week and the closing next week. But the important, yes.
Could it be that you are going to get married and you are making us plan it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you got that right. I'm trying to get the ideas from you. I'm crowdsourcing. I should maybe close my Tinder application. You reminded me. Yes, I should close my Tinder. Yes, and go back to the course. So I want to go on to the next part. Yes. So guys, you've got the project charter. You've got the obviously you know what the vision is, right? You got the requirements traceability matrix, but now we also want to look at something which is called a WBS structure. So I'm going to pop this up on the screen. So let me know. Can you see my screen now? I'm going to take that as a yes. Yes, you can. WBS stands for work breakdown structure. Okay, work breakdown structure, and it's a very important thing to do. Work breakdown structure. Okay, it's also in your notes as well, so not to worry. The way this thing works, it's like a decomposition, guys. Decomposition. And at the top, you have the project name. So this could be a car. This could be, actually, it could be build a building, build a mobile application, build a website, build a new cryptocurrency coin, build a cake, or, bake a cake or whatever it is. And then in there, you'd have the different major sections of making the cake. So it could be the recipe, the preparation, and then you'd have the cooking, and then the serving, and then the digesting. And then you have a further decomposition. So the recipe would be like getting the ingredients. Then you got the preparation, which would be, all the, sticking it together, mixing it and all that stuff. And then you'd have the, so it's like a decomposition. Okay. Now, I will show you an example which makes things easier. So some of you are probably looking at this picture and going, I don't understand what you're talking about here, Sahib. I understand. Basically, see these requirements that you wrote here. You want to transition it and break it down even more using this picture. But I'm going to make things even much more easier for you. Now, please don't take a picture because I do want you guys to do the exercise, okay? This is just to illustrate the point. But obviously, I want you guys to be creative in your exercises, all right? So here's one for a wedding. Surprise, surprise. Let's just add in the words Suhaib and underscore, like whoever that girl is going to be. I don't know. Wedding. Invitations. Create the guest list. Print the invitations. Mail the invitations. Wait for the RSVPs. Food section. Find the caterer. Finalize the menu. Cater the wedding, the bridal. Shop for the Louis Vuitton dress. Shop for the Gucci shoes. Choose the bullshit. Guys, how do you pronounce this? Bouquet?
Boutique.
Is that correct?
Boutique. It's a boutique.
Is it boutique or bouquet?
No, they call it boutique.
Boutique, okay. Tailoring and fitting. And then obviously, guys, honeymoon could be another big section in here. So let's draw this out. So this isn't, oh, for goodness sake, what did I just do there? Hold on. What the hell just happened there? Wait, let me get my thing back up. Hold on, guys, hold on. Some technical difficulties are happening right now for the first time ever in my life. Use presenter mode. Yes, here we go. Here we go.
This is unsuccessful wedding. First disaster occurred.
It's a disastrous one, man. Disaster's already happening. Pen. Where's my pen gone? Come on. I can't even access my pen now. What the hell's going on? Oh, are you? Oh, here we go. I got it. See? There might be a box in here. See all that havoc just to get a pen. I went through all that chaos just to get a pen. This box could be honey. Does that look like a 4? 4M? I don't know. That just looks dirty to me. Honeymoon, and whatever that honeymoon's going to entail. Okay. Sally saying I'm not getting. I'm sorry, I've said it, but I'm not getting a lot. I understand. Okay, so guys, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to just stop the screencast here. So I do sometimes understand that people they find it a bit difficult what's going on here. So I think it's best to what I'll do is I'm going to stop the screen sharing and I'll do this from my side so you can see what's going on here. Let's get PowerPoint open. This is a normally good one. PowerPoint. And I'll start to share my screen because then you're going to be able to see now exactly what's going on here. And then obviously I'll transition to you guys when you guys are feeling comfortable when you can do this, okay? So I'll make a box here. And so I'll share my screen. Share the screen, bang, here we go. All right, guys, so you've done requirements, okay? The project that we're working on right now is called the wedding project, right? Whoever wedding it is, right? It could be Suhaib, it could be, Suhaib and whoever that person is going to be, wedding, okay? Now, when it comes to this, we need to break it down into the different components. Now, don't forget, guys, this is quite a big wedding. You have different sections in this wedding, right? So you can't just go about decomposing the different aspects of the wedding. You can't just go in one big list, do this, do this, do this. You need to separate it out into the different things. So you've got the preparation. So you could say bride, I don't know, bride, what do you call it? Bride, preparation. And then you've got the venue. And then what else? What other sections we've got? We've got some other sections in there, which is so I said it there, honeymoon. And then you might also have let's say food. So I'll just make it easier. Just to make it food. So let's just say that's the big parts. Okay. So we've got a honeymoon, venue, food, and bride preparation, and you might also have the invitations in there as well. So yes, there would be another section in here, guys, which would be like invitations. So let's get that in there as well. Invitations, or whatever you want to call it, invitations. So just to make things a little bit even more, so if I select all of this, come on, go down, there you go. Select all this and should be able to nicely get that done. I'm trying to do this as quickly as possible for you guys so you can see what's going on here. So if you're admiring the PowerPoint skills, they're not exactly that advanced. They're just me moving the mouse as fast as I can. So here we go. Right. And you've probably detected all these, what's it called? What's that word called again? I think the invitation should come inside the bride preparation. Okay, so there you go. So underneath the bride preparation. So let's do that. So let's change the color of this to just to make it easier, right? Let's just make it easier. We'll make this orange. Let's make the food green. Okay. Let's make the venue. Yeah, let's leave it blue. And let's make the honeymoon yellow, okay? So the invitation, so the bride preparation, what goes underneath here, the bride preparation? So obviously one person said invitations. So got some comments. Dress. Sally's correct. We cannot forget the Sally, Louis Vuitton or Gucci or Prada. Which one would you say? Prada. Dior. Dior dress. And don't worry, I know the shoes. I know the shoes. Chanel, right? Chanel. Chanel shoes. That's all. Sally, that's all you're getting. Chanel shoes. Where's the makeup going to be? Who's going to be the makeup artist? Is it Bobby? What's it called again? Is it Bobby Brown makeup? Basma. What was it? Basma Fatou. Okay. Bassam Fat. I don't know who this person is. Makeup. Okay. So yeah. So okay, the bride's done. Okay, let's leave the bride. Right. Okay. Let's get to the food, guys. Don't worry, I've got this covered. Chicken shawarma. Chicken shawarma. That's it, done. Cake. Obviously, we're going to have cake in there. Afghani. Ahmed's right. Ahmed's right, guys. We got to put the Afghani kebab in there. Afghani kebab and anything else in there as well. The venue. So we kind of knew what the venue was, wasn't it? It was the Burj Al Arab. Burj Al Arab. And you might also do like something like an outside. You might want to book the outside thing, like a open ground, something like this. So this would be the cheapest wedding, and nobody comes to attend the wedding for a shawarma only. Beach view. Yes, beach view. I like that. A beach view. That was a very good one. That came from Ahmed there. Very good. Cool. And obviously the venue needs, set up the chairs. How many chairs do we need? Chairs, tables, etc. Right. Parking reservations, VIPs, all that stuff needs to, so Sally's right there as well. Parking and managed parking and VIPs. Yeah, absolutely. There's absolutely nothing wrong in that. And then obviously we've got the honeymoon. Honeymoon. Now, obviously, decorations. Yes, absolutely. Guys, so all the suggestions that are coming in now, you're absolutely correct. Decorations. So Mariam wants to go to Paris. So I'll do that for you, Mariam. Paris. Anywhere else? Anything else that we need to write for the honeymoon? Maybe plane tickets. Mariam says hotel booking. Sally, which one? Which hotel? If you know any hotels. First, Ahmed, man, come on. Look at you, man. It's Asma. So Georgie's 5. I take it that's in Paris, yes. I'm going to say Georgie's 5. So I've never been there, guys. So I'm just taking your word for it. Fancy Persian restaurant. Okay. Hotel bookings. Hotel bookings done. Emirates Airline, I'm guessing first class, right? So splash out on this one. Shangri-La hotels. Ahmed, I believe that's a pretty naughty hotel in Dubai. I've never been, but I've heard a lot of stuff. Oh no. Emirates first class. It's a high class one. Cool. So guys, anything else that we're missing here? Anything else? So I mean, guys, do you see what's Sally? Come on here. Does this make sense? What I'm doing, what I'm showing here? Yes. Now much better. Okay, groom, guys. Nobody gives a crap about the groom. No, the groom arrives naked. Oh, gee, oh God. Let's put the groom. The groom. I'll tell you what happens to the groom. Hold on. Let's make. Oh, wait. Let me pick a color. Red. There's a reason why the groom's in the red, because he's going to get tortured for the rest of his life, right? He's going to get Emotionally prepared. Get emotionally prepared, right? And check the bank account. Oh, geez. Check the bank account, right? Check the bank account. Or / get a loan. Oh, man. That's funny. Uncountable bills. Yeah. Anything like this. So, guys, I'm so OCD nowadays. Wait, I just need everything needs to look perfect. Wait, hold on. Yeah. This looks good, right? So that bit there, that bit there. Man, look at you, man. I've done the exercise for you guys, man. Come on, man. What's going on? So yeah. Does that make sense to everyone? Give me a yes in the chat. And actually, I'll upload this. Yeah. Sally says suit. Sally, which suit? What's the name of this? Which brand we go for? Armani. Oof. Look at you guys cashing out, man. Just because you guys have got a budget of 500,000 dirhams doesn't mean I've got a budget of 500,000 dirhams. So yeah, that's it. So actually, guys, believe it or not, I've done your exercise. Okay, so what I'm going to do right now is what I'm going to I'll call this the WBS structure for for the wedding. Okay. And what I'll do is I'll upload this. Okay. So what I'll do is I'm going to upload this. So I'll stop the sharing. Within 2 seconds, Aditya, welcome. I can see you're back on, which is good to have you back on.
Suhaib?
Yeah.
Just one question to know if I'm getting well. What we just did now is what do you call it? Project
WBS. Work breakdown structure. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So your computer. So guys, in there, you should see a PPP, a PowerPoint presentation coming up now. So please download it and make sure you guys can access this now. So just click download WBS wedding, and you should be able to access this. Give me a wee yes in the chat box when you're all done. If you're having trouble accessing this, I'll export it as a PDF, not a problem. Done. Good stuff. I need a yes from everyone, if that's okay. Mariam. Hey, Aditya, good to have you back on. Yeah, no from Mariam. Okay, Mariam, what I'll do is I'll export it to you as a PDF. And if you're having difficulty, I will also send it to Saeed, and Saeed can also send it to you as well. So guys, those of you who are having trouble accessing it, I will upload it as a PDF just in case, because sometimes I know sometimes people have a little bit of trouble accessing it through that, so it's not a problem. So yeah, guys, any questions on that? Any questions on that? And I'll go back to sharing the screen. Any questions on that? Okay, cool. I'm not seeing anything. Cool. Okay, fine. I'm going to move on to the next part of the thing. So guys, the lunch break will be at 12:15, okay, 12:15. And then when we come back after the break, and there's a little bit more that we need to do, which is around the schedule thing. And then we've got a little bit of the presentation to do as well, okay? So I want to just put my presentation slides back up there. Obviously, you got away with that exercise. You got the instructor to do it, thanks to Sally. So I'm going to share my screen, share the screen. There you go. So there you go, guys. So you've got the WBS dictionary here, planning it out using this beautiful structure here. Obviously, I did the exercise live with you guys, okay? So which was good. And look at that. The girls are ganging up on me. Mariam saying thank you. See that? That's not nice now. I'm the instructor. I'm telling you guys what to do, not the other way around. See this? So once when you've done the WBS structure, it's good because now you are in the kicking area. Now you're in the kicking area. You've got the WBS structure, but also there's some guys. Sometimes the little boxes. Remember these little boxes that we were drawing here? These little boxes. Sometimes these boxes are complicated. They're complicated, right? And then sometimes we need to create something which is called a dictionary. The dictionary is just an explanation of what is in this box, okay? It's just an explanation, because as you can imagine, some activities, some tasks can be really big, can be really deadly. So we need to be able to explain what's going on within the thing. So guys, there's two things now, two things. So not only do you have a WBS structure, which is the work breakdown structure, but you also have a work breakdown dictionary. Sorry, let me just spell that correctly. Dictionary, which is the explanation. So that dictionary is basically an elaboration of the boxes. It's an elaboration of the boxes. Okay, just to make it easier, of the boxes, because some projects can be quite difficult. Does that make sense to everyone? Give me a yes in the chat. Yeah, cool. Asma, you've been very quiet again today. I'm always worried when you're quiet.
Just listening.
I hope you're listening, girl, because I'm sitting here.
I am. No. It's clear to me, and especially with the exercises we've done, it's much.
Okay.
It's much clearer. Yeah.
I believe you for now. So that's the WBS dictionary there. Now, guys, important conclusion that's coming up now. A very important conclusion. Where's Mohammed? You understood that, right?
Yeah, man. Yeah. Yes.
Where's my Yervan? You've understood that, yeah? Ahmed, Akash, Aditya.
Yeah, it's clear from my side.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, it's clear.
Cool. All right. Cool. Fair enough. Now, guys, we've almost completed the first part, which, yeah, the first part. You heard me correctly. That means there's more crap to come. So to conclude off the first part, it's the scope baseline. So there's 3 baselines, guys, that come up in the within the PMP. This is the first one. The baseline is how you're going to control the project. Okay. The first baseline is the scope baseline. Okay. And the second one, which is coming up later on today, is the schedule. And then the third baseline is the cost. Okay, so I've just written it in the chat there for you all to have access to. So guys, at the end of this stage, what you have actually accomplished at this point in time is that you've got the scope baseline. And this actually includes the scope statement, which is like basically what you did there. WBS, which is the major part of the exercise. The work packages, which is included in the WBS. Guys, when they say work packages, they're just talking about these little boxes here, okay? Don't get confused with the language. Planning package. Planning package is just the wee boxes again, and the WBS dictionary that we showed you there. And this forms part of the first part of thing. So guys, look at the amount of stuff that we've done. Not only do we have a stakeholder register, we've got a RACI chart, but on top of that, we've got a project charter, requirements traceability matrix, and a vision, and we've got a WBS structure and a WBS dictionary. This, do you see the sequence of activities? Do you see how powerful this is? But look at the sequential breakdown. This is why this is considered the gold standard in project management, because not only are you breaking it down, you're smashing it down at every point. As you're smashing this stuff down, you're breaking it down, it's getting more and more elaborative, and you're getting more and more detail. This is the power of the PMP, and you've just seen the first half of it today, which is extremely, extremely good. So guys, I've got about 9 minutes left. I want to stop for Q&A. So guys, raise your hands. Please, please raise your hands if you have any questions and answers. I'm going to stop now, and when we come back after the lunch break, we'll recontinue the session. But if you have any questions, please raise your hands. Please raise your hands. I want to hear some questions. I want to hear some questions from everyone. Hopefully you've enjoyed that first half of today. Akash, go for it.
So actually, I was having a small question regarding this WBS structure. Suppose in what we have did activity here before this one. So in that one, in some of the activity, when we are breaking down the structure and dividing the, you can say responsibility or something. So it can be coincide with the other person also, correct? Sometimes.
It could.
So how we need to mention it 2 times in the both the sections, like same
try to keep it separate, just to keep it. See, Akash, sometimes it could happen, but try to keep it separate as much as possible, just to keep it better, make it easier for yourself, make it easier.
Okay.
Yeah. Just for safety, guys, just for safety. Yervant, please.
Yeah, so my question is for the WBS, we know that it's an important tool so that we can track what needs to be done. What do you consider is a tool for implementing WBS? Now we are using PowerPoint, but in project management, PowerPoint is not like a factor.
No.
So what there are so many tools. So I use a lot of them, but I want to get your opinion regarding what is considered like an effective tool.
I think is the Microsoft Project. I think there's a software called Microsoft Project.
Yeah, MS Project, guys, or also check into MS Visio. Visio would be a very good one. MS Project or MS Visio.
Yeah.
Also check out Trello. I think there's some tools online like Paradigm for WBS. But guys, also look at something called, I was about to swear there. Guys, I'm so sorry. See, because my mom's Scottish, swearing comes freely within my family, but I have to hold myself back. So sometimes I do by accidentally swear. So if that happens, I really do apologize. I haven't sworn. Have I sworn in this course yet?
No, we haven't heard yet.
Okay, fair enough. That's good. I've held myself back, but if it comes out by accident, I do apologize. There's a very good thing I was about to say there. Check into user story mapping. User story mapping. I've got a video coming out on this very soon. User story mapping. It's actually covered in the Leading Safe one and the Scrum Master. So if you're looking to take on a course, so obviously you'll be much more better placed in Leading Safe. So for this one, but also Scrum Master, which is another course which is coming up in a couple of weeks' time, which I'm conducting as well. These ones are very good. So you'll see, so research into user story mapping, and I guarantee you will love what you see in there. When you understand this, you will start to mix and match the WBS with the user story mapping. You take it a step further. Now, tools for that one, the Ahmed's right, Primera is a very good one as well. But also, guys, check into, you can do a Google search for user story mapping tools. Okay. Also check into Miro and Mural. Okay.
Shoaib, is it like it is a platform that where we can find the documents already ready-made, or what is it exactly? Or this is a tool that we can create from?
Yes, the user story mapping is something similar to a WBS.
Okay, so it has its own system. Then we have to put the inputs. That's it.
Yes, it's a fantastic structure that you can create. It's called user story mapping. That's the technique. And it creates something similar like this.
Okay.
And this is why I'm saying, guys, it's a very important tool to have. And check out Miro. I think it's Miro.com and Mural.com. You'll find a lot of stuff in there as well. Okay. Any other questions? Asma, Sally, Mariam. Asma, you've not asked me anything so far. How can nothing be for you? Okay, fine. If there's no other questions, I just want to get you one takeaway from the morning session, just to make sure. Mohammed says, no, man, perfect. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. No, I'm checking the user map. Beautiful. Good stuff. Mariam, what's your one takeaway? Feel free to write it down in the chat. Akash, what's your one takeaway from this morning session?
This activities, what we have gone through in the morning.
Good.
You know, the best thing is, you know, what you spoke about your marriage. So that's the thing I will keep in my mind.
Good.
Because I'm also not married.
Excellent. Ahmed, what's your one takeaway from this morning session?
Everything is fine, actually, especially the WPS was more clear all that. Yeah, so far everything's good, alhamdulillah.
Good. Alhamdulillah. Aditya, I'll skip you, man, because I know you just joined very late there. Let's go to Asma. What was your one takeaway from today, from the morning session?
I'd talk about the requirement traceability matrix, because I think it's a powerful tool for what we discussed yesterday about covering our bags. So
yes,
I think it's a powerful tool to keep a trace of what each person wants within a project.
That's absolutely, guys. Can we give Asma a round of applause? A nice, guys, unmute yourselves. Just everyone unmute yourselves for a minute. Just unmute yourselves, guys, and let's all clap. Let's give a clap. She was absolutely right there. A round of applause for Asma there. She was absolutely correct there.
I'm blushing here.
Excellent. So let's go to so I spoke to Asma. Oh God, I've lost track. I'll just go to Sally. Sally, what's your one takeaway?
To be honest, while starting the exercise, I started to get afraid. I felt like, okay, I'm starting to being lost, but then it worked out. No, it's very helpful, really. The exercise is really letting me understand things very more fast. Yani. It's it's amazing. No, I'm much better now.
Good. And guys, if you're stuck or anything and you're lost in your tracks, feel free to ask me any questions during the break as well. Mohammed, what was your one takeaway?
I would say everything goes perfect until now. I think everything, all the things that you have explained, at the moment I have understood everything. So that's good for me.
Mashallah.
So if there is in the future that there is something that I have a doubt on it, of course I will get back to you, man.
Good stuff, guys. Good stuff, guys. If I've missed anyone, I apologize. Feel free to speak if I've missed anyone. Okay, fine. Yervant, please.
Yeah, you missed me.
Go for it, sir. Go for it.
Yeah, no, from my side, everything is great. It's what I was able to focus more are the effective planning, organizing, and using the tools properly to manage them.
Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff, guys. I'm really happy to hear that. So guys, that was the first part of today. So obviously don't forget your stakeholder register, your RACI chart, your project charter, the requirements traceability matrix, and see, even I forgot there for a second, the WBS structure and the WBS dictionary. So there was a lot of stuff there. So we've got a lot of tools now in our bag to handle projects. Now, guys, I know we've got a hand up there, so just hold there. Hold your hands. 12:15, we're on the lunch break. So please go ahead and do your prayer breaks as well. And you get a 45-minute break. Is that okay for everyone? Is 45 minutes enough? Give me a yes in the chat box if it's enough. If you would like to go for a 60-minute lunch break, I'm happy to gift that as well. If you need a 60-minute break, I have no issues there. So I'm taking 45 minutes as enough for the time being. Okay, good. So that basically means return back at 1 p.m. So you are on your lunch break starting from now. If you have any questions, please raise your hands. Otherwise, you are expelled from the class for 45 minutes. Okay, so guys, go for your lunch breaks now. If you have any questions, stay behind. I'll answer them now. So raise your hands. Ahmed, please go ahead. Otherwise, everyone else is on a lunch break as of now.
Okay, I was Googling for the user story mapping that you mentioned, Miro and Mural. I could find something about the Miro and Mural, but the user story mapping, I cannot find a specific website that talks about it.
Try Google Images as well. So what I'll do is I'll stop sharing my screen. I'll bring it up here, user story mapping. So Ahmed, remember, it makes more sense when you see it done. Oh, here we go. So this is a very good one that's coming up. So share my screen. Obviously, if anyone's sitting there, they'll get it in the recording as well. So which is not a problem. Why can't I see my Microsoft? Hold on. Okay, this is loaded now, but I need to just share my screen. Hold on. Share. Here we go. So Ahmed, this is a very good one here. This is a user story map here, but the way to design it and way to do it is a completely different thinking process from the WBS. Completely different. This is covered in the Leading Safe much more elaboratively. This one. I'll send you the link.
But okay, but which one you suggest, like Miro or Mural or this one, story
mapping?
No.
Miro and Mural are just platforms for you to create stuff on.
Okay.
This is a technique. WBS and user story mapping is just techniques.
Okay, so okay, let me say something. I'm using MS projects in my project, so I'm just doing all the planning on that one. Is that enough?
That is enough.
Yeah. Okay. So these are like small applications or something to be used in case you have a small project or something. Right?
Yes, or even a large project that you don't need to say it's a small one. Basically, Ahmed, I think because if you're a standard project manager that's just executing projects in the typical predictive methodology, waterfall methodology, MS Project is perfect. But if you're looking to build your capabilities and go above and beyond, then you use these extra tools to be more collaborative and be more empowering with your teams. This is when the Miro, Mural, Trello, all this stuff starts to come in. Then you start to use user story mapping, personas, customer segments, all this other stuff comes in. This is all covered in the Leading Safe course.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That will be okay.
Cool.
Okay. Leading Safe course. How many days it will take? Like how many?
2 days.
2 days only.
Saturday, Sunday.
I can do the exam at the same time?
You can do the exam within 1 hour, 2 hours, or within 24 hours. It's up to you.
Okay.
Yeah. It's very good, that one. I would really recommend taking the Leading Safe. And I do it in a very funny, practical way. It's a very funny one. Aditya, please go ahead, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just hi, how are you? I just wanted to know, when is this due? Is it already scheduled? Because Sayed said there's no date for it yet.
There's no date for it right now, but if we can get enough class demand come in, yes, we'll schedule one in very quickly, within 1 or 2 weeks time.
Okay.
And
I'll get this out of the way first, and then I'll join that.
Aditya, it makes it much more easier if you pass the Leading Safe. It actually supports your PMP.
Oh, okay, fine.
So, Aditya,
I've told Sayed that I'll be joining whenever it is scheduled.
Aditya, it'll be an absolute pleasure to have you on this course because Aditya, you've got 4 days of me in the PMP, and then you're getting the 2 days extra in the leading safe. That's going to reinforce everything from the PMP, but also give you the credibility, the reinforcement for the agility side. So not only are you getting a clear, consistent message, it's going to back everything up for you for this course and for the next course.
Sure. Yeah, we'll be doing that.
You see the logical thought that I'm saying here?
Yeah.
It's logical. Yeah.
It does. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Okay.
Guys, if you have any other questions, Mariam, I know you're quiet there. If you have any questions in the background, you can feel free to ask any in there. Feel free to raise your hands, guys. I'm here to support. Hey everyone, so it is about 1 p.m. now. It might be a good time to make a start. Let me know if you're all back in the chat. Cool. I think we all can make a start now. Okay, cool. So what I'll do is I'll start to share my screen again and sharing there. Cool. And I hope the recording is running. Yeah, recordings are on. Cool. That's good. So guys, we finished up there on the scope baseline, but we're not finished there 100% because we want to go into something which is called planning and managing the schedule. Now, schedule is what it is, like managing the time and the activities. So basically, you're actually creating a schedule management plan. If you remember yesterday, Mohammed said, when do we create the Gantt chart? This is the part. So because we have created the WBS structure, you know, when we've done the breakdown, we need to take this WBS structure and lay it out in a sequential manner so we can fulfill and do all the activities in a chronological manner. So we need to create a schedule management plan. It describes how the activities will be basically done. When will they get done? The word here, the key word is when. Oh, sorry, this should get sent to everyone. When will the tasks get done? When? So this means it's a time thing. It's meaning that we have to do it in a chronological manner. We have to sequence the activities. So this is the next part of the exercise. And obviously activities are, you know, there are portions of work that need to get done throughout the project, and we need to sequence them. By sequencing the activities, we should be able to get something which is called, you know, a Gantt chart. Now, before so obviously the Gantt chart looks something like this, okay? But I want to show you something much more simpler coming up. There is something that we need to consider, which is called the dependencies. Some activities cannot be done without doing another activity. So let's say if we're building a house. Okay, we're building a house. Can I paint the walls? Can I put wallpaper up? No, you can't. Why not? Because there needs to be an actual wall existing there. If there is a wall in the house, then I can paint it. So the first thing would be lay the foundation, put the concrete in, put the scaffolding in, build the walls, put the plastering in, and then I can paint the walls. Blah, blah, blah. There's a sequence of activities. Some activities are mandatory, meaning that it has to be done. If someone, just like the wall one, you cannot paint the wall if the wall does not exist, meaning that's a mandatory, it's mandatory. We have to do it, okay? We have to do it. We have to do the exercise. We have to do it. Discretionary means that it's based on your knowledge. No, we don't need to do that. We can do it this way. We can do it this way. It's based on your knowledge. It's based on your experience. A very simple example is, experience. A very simple example of this is this. Hey, Suhaib, is it mandatory that we have to cook the chips for 20 minutes in the frying pot? I will say, no, it is not mandatory. Based off my experience, meaning it's discretionary now, we only need to fry it at 5 minutes at 300 degrees or 300 Kelvin, whatever it is. It becomes discretionary, meaning it's based off experience. We don't need to do it this way. We can do it this way. And sometimes we get activities which are external, meaning that it's imposed on us. It's a relationship that's being imposed, or we're having to impose it on something else. So there's a connection there, right? So that's an external thing. And it can also be internal, which is obviously the team's control. Most of the activities that we're dealing with are internal. But anyway, forget that. The major output that we're looking for is this Gantt chart. Okay, we're looking for a Gantt chart. And this Gantt chart obviously has some timeline to it. And obviously we've got 30 days here that we're kind of dealing with here. And that's an example of a bit of a complicated Gantt chart, but we want to take it much more simpler. By the end of this, we should just have something that shows us at what sequence that we want to do it. And I'm going to stop the screen sharing here, and I'm going to go back to the previous one that we did here. So if we come back here, whoops, sorry. I'm not doing this correctly. Hold on, guys. Stop this, discard this, and I'm going to go back to my previous one here, and I'm going to share my screen from here, which is good. Good. So you should be, wait. Can you see the WBS structure again? Yeah. Yeah, cool. Got it. That's fine. That's cool. So guys, you can see here, we've got the WBS structure here. We want to duplicate this structure, and obviously we want to make it into a, thing. So delete that. So when it comes to groom preparation, bride preparation, food, venue, honeymoon, we need to start to sequence these activities. That's what we're saying here, guys. We need to sequence them. Now, the easiest way to do this is also the groom preparation, guys. How many days do you think this will take? 2 days. Emotional preparation, 1 hour. Check the bank loan, 5 minutes. Forever. Suit, Armani. Now that could cost a lot of money. So let's just say 2 hours for that one. Bride preparation. Now, ladies, how long does the bride preparation take? I'm not too sure, actually. A week? Ahmed, you're not a woman. This is for the ladies. Sally, Mariam, Asma. Timeless. 1 year. 1 month. Let's say 1 month. Invitations, about a week, right? Say about 1 week. 7 days. 7 days. Yeah. Dior dress. Oof. Yeah, let's give it 2 weeks for that. Let's give it 14 days for this one. Chanel shoes. Yeah. There's a lot of shoes. Let's say 14 days for that one. The makeup. Well, the makeup's going to be for the final thing. So let's just say 12 hours. 1 day. Food. Could take about a couple of days to get that prepared. Let's say 5 days for this one. So guys, I'm just making up the thing. The chicken shawarma, that will be 1 day. So I'm just making up the numbers here just to have a little bit of fun. And just to make things easier, let's say 2 days for this. And let's say 1 day. And let's say 1 day for this. So guys, just to make things easier, 1 day, 2 days, cake, let's say 2 days for this one, Afghani kebab, let's say 1 day. So obviously you'd ask your team at this point in time and ask them, what's going on here, blah, blah, blah. Venue, Burj Al Arab, obviously we just need it for maybe 3 days for this one, we might need it. Beach view, we might need it for 2 days potentially, or let's just make it easy, 3 days. Chairs and tables, we need it for 3 days if it's a 3-day wedding. Parking, also 3 days, and decorations, we need it for 3 days as well. Honeymoon, Paris. So let's just say we're sending them off for about 2 weeks, guys. So 14 days. The booking, obviously, in the hotel would take 14 days, and the Emirates class, I think 2 days for this one should be good enough. So you can see here, guys, that we've got some timelines now, and we can start to schedule stuff. Now, the first thing that we actually need to do is probably do this, sort the groom and the bride, right? So obviously, straight away, this is something that we can do sequentially at this point in time. So these are the first things that we want to do, right? And then obviously, we need to get the invitations and all the stuff done. So obviously, all this stuff can be done in, let's say the invitations can go, it could be somewhere done here, and emotional prepare, check the bank account. So the groom might need to go and check the bank account at this point in time. But also the invitations, we need to start booking stuff as well. So this could be the venue stuff. So as this is all happening, we need to start preparing the venues at this point in time. But before we can do any of that, we need to get all the stuff prepared. So all this stuff can come in here. So you start to make a bit of a schedule, like when do you want to do the activities? And there might only be a certain point that you can do them at. So it becomes mandatory. So you need to sequence them. So this is just a very rough sequence I'm doing here, a very rough sequence. So you do this first, then you do this second, then blah, blah, blah. You move on. And then you can get something into a Gantt chart, but you have to sequence the activities. And remember, guys, the honeymoon would be coming at the end. So you can see here, even though we did the WBS structure here, we sequenced it chronologically. So where's my arrow? Hold on. We actually sequenced it in a chronological manner, which was kind of interesting. That we already did this by nature. We wanted to do it in a chronological manner. So this is exactly the same thing that I'm talking about. We're sequencing the activities. Which activity do we do first? Which one do we do second? Which one do we do third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th? And this depends on different projects and it varies. Does that make sense to everyone? Cool. Now, just to make it simple, I've just turned off the screen sharing. I want to open up Microsoft Word. Actually, no, I'll go back to my PowerPoint. It's okay. I'll go back to my PowerPoint. I'm going to share it here. So create a new slide. Cool. I want you guys to break out into the rooms. I know this looks like a dumb exercise, but it's actually important. So I want you guys to create me a sequence diagram. Sequence diagram, okay? And basically, a sequence diagram is for baking a cake. That's it, baking a cake. So you need to think about the ingredients and the preparation. Ingredients, preparation, the cooking or resting period, baking, and and there might be you might need to take the item out and let it rest. So I want you guys to create a sequence diagram for a baking cake. Now this could be a carrot cake, it could be anything you want. Carrot cake, it could be it doesn't have to be baking a cake, it can be anything that you want. Okay, so just spend 10 minutes on trying to create a sequence diagram with a bunch of boxes laying into what is the sequence of steps that you're doing one after the other. So think about the ingredients that you might need to go to the shop, purchase, go to the shops to buy the ingredients. That could be one of the things. And then you need to, you might need to wash them. Wash them, etc., etc. So I'm just giving you guys ideas. So just think about a cake, or if you don't want to do a cake, think about you're preparing a Christmas meal or a Eid meal or something like this. Anything that you guys want. But I just want to see a diagram. I just want to see like a diagram, just so that I know you guys have understood what I'm talking about here. I want to see a diagram which shows me a sequence of stuff. It's not too difficult. Wait, let me just show the screen again. Share the screen. That shows you a sequence like, okay, activity 1, then activity 2, then activity 3, blah, blah, blah. That's it. But something very simple, just something very simple. Is that okay? I only want you guys to spend 10 minutes on this. If I can see that you guys can make a sequence diagram, I'm very happy with that. I'm very happy with that. So I'm going to break yourselves out into different rooms this time, but just smaller rooms, guys, just smaller rooms, just so you guys can have a little bit more intimacy. So Aditya, Asma, and Sally in room number 1, room number 2, Mohammed and Yervant, room number 3, Ahmed and Mariam. Okay, so good luck. Try your best just to create some diagrams here, okay, in PowerPoint. Hey, welcome back, everyone. So we're going to go into the presentations now. So hey guys, welcome back. So that was just a quick little exercise just to see if you can do the sequencing. I'm just going to start off going back to the first exercise. So if you remember, we did the exercise in the morning about the wedding. If you remember the wedding project charter, then we did the some little other stuff at the beginning. Can I have maybe two presenters from the first one? So I need two presenters from the first group that we had this morning. So raise your hands, and the second presenter for the second group, because we had two groups from this morning. I forgot we never actually did the presentations for this morning. So we'll have your Vant for the okay, and I need a second presenter from the second group. There was two groups that we had, two groups if you remember. Because I've forgotten the groups as well. Okay, cool. That's fine for Akash. So guys, can I have the second volunteer for the second group? So there was two groups that we had for the wedding example from this morning. We just need to see a quick slideshow of what you guys created, and then we'll also look at the one that we did as well. For group number 2, yeah. Mohammed for group number 2. Yeah, you can if you would like. So we'll go to your Vant for the time being. So Yervant, please go ahead and share the screen.
Okay, let me share my screen. Are you being able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so basically the vision we discussed with the team regarding the important points, and our vision is to give the dream. The father is planning to give his daughter the wedding of her dream. Okay, so
Yervan, I was going to say, who else was in your group, by the way?
There was let me remember their names.
Guys, come on, help him out.
Yeah.
Asma, join in. Come on.
Yeah, Asma.
You should be presenting here, not you, Yervan. This is a
Yervan, you forgot me. I was also there.
Yeah. Because guys, we prepared so many presentations with different teams, so I mixed it up with.
Cool. No problem. Go ahead.
Yeah. So basically, it was Ahmed and as the team has mentioned their names. So we discussed it, and the vision is to give the daughter her dream wedding. Okay. And our goal are divided to having a successful event planning and execution to focus on the details. Then communicating with the project manager for the execution of the details. The next step would be organizing the invitations so that we will know who to invite, who should be included, and then we have meetings with different service providers. By service providers, we mean the catering company, the lighting company, the music, and the last thing is the honeymoon planning. Okay, so the scope is that we need a proper budgeting plan for it. We require sponsorship because, as you know, sometimes it could go over budget, so we need to plan according to that. We need to have an effective plan and someone who will track the time, and organize the time management, and the security also is one of the important factors. Now, as you can see, we have the team. This is the father, who's the sponsor. The mother is the project manager. The brother is the event coordinator, and the sister is the crisis management. All right. So the timeline is, first week, we're gonna focus on communicating with the hotel management and event organizers. And after we finalize this in the first week, we're gonna start communicating with the service providers, the beautician, the wedding, the dress, etc. Third week, we're gonna focus on the logistic part of the operations, the honeymoon planning and the wedding invitations. Fourth week is we need to make sure that we have done everything. We have a checklist, and we do a rehearsal to make that everything is okay.
Good
and the last
stuff.
day is the wedding day. Now, the father wanted to give something special to his daughter, so they planned a honeymoon in Sicily, in which they are going to give, in the first picture, you can see a romantic dinner for the bride and the groom, and the bride has interest in hiking, so another hiking event was planned, in which also it would be a romantic event planned for them. Okay, and last thing, we found this interesting. The way to get started is to quit talking and begin doing.
Excellent. That was excellent. And I really love the presentation there, guys. Good job. Does any of the team members want to say anything at this point? The other team members that were involved in the creation of this presentation, do you guys want to add anything in there? No. Yervan, could you please?
Yeah, but I want to add, because they really did a great job. You know, it's not something that one person does. You know, it was an amazing teamwork. The ideas that they had was really perfect. So eventually, it was the team who was able to do this.
That's excellent. That it really is. Yervan, can you export this as a PDF and upload it to the group chat?
Yeah. So basically, I have everything from yesterday, so I'm just going to export them once for all. And do you need it now, or shall I do it later?
Yeah. Export it now, because we're about to complete a section of the course now, so that's good. Yeah, export it now and upload it to the group chat. Everyone should be downloading everyone's presentations, because this will help you really study afterwards. That was really good. Can I have group number 2? I think it was Muhammad was voted in the chat there.
Yeah, just let me try to open it, because we haven't completed yet. So
no problem.
Let's try it.
Yeah. And Muhammad, who was in your the wedding planner group? Who was in there? Was it Sally and yourself?
Sally and Mariam.
Mariam, Sally, please feel free to chime in as well as you're presenting. It's not a problem. You've got it, right, Mohammed?
Yeah, just a moment. Okay.
Yes. Oh, cool.
So just we got it in the we were searching in Google, so we tried to manage to find the some of the point that we should talk about it. So this is the we name it just My Little Angel Wedding, getting married and prepared for wedding ceremony, and we put the delegation Burj Al Arab. It will be Dubai, United Arab Emirates. So it's prepared by Mariam, Sally, and me. So the content here, we wasn't able to work on the content.
Yeah, we didn't have time to.
Yeah, but we went through this one. We tried to, as much as possible, to put the knowledge, all the information that we got. So the executive summary was arranging the wedding. The main goal of the project is arranging the wedding ceremony of my daughter. Okay, and project purpose: establish a successful, well-organized wedding. And project details that we already set to 3 milestones, and one is the budget around the 500K. That's our budget, and give the bride wedding for her life. It was like to give the best possible. This is the aim of the father, to give her daughter the best wedding experience of her life. And goal 3, get them a destination honeymoon. And the requirements goes like this: invitation 500 guests, booking hotel, which is in Burj Al Arab, honeymoon reservation, wedding dress, wedding cake and catering, and entertainment. Scope statement. This is the scope we couldn't able to identify it, but we tried to identify the deliverables of the project.
Good, very good.
Wedding cake and bride dress, reservation of hotel and honeymoon arrangements. and we have worked very, because there was an estimated schedule for the whole ceremony. It was only for 30 days, so we had to complete. The father has to make sure that he's exactly delivering and doing all the responsibilities on his, from in during the 30 days. So the starting booking of the hotel, reviewing the location booking with Burj Khalifa manager, Burj Al Arab manager. It was on 15th. We tried to give the all specific dates, and that we work on to ensure that everything works properly. And the second second point was we actually combined so many stuff in one point. So which is main needs of bride, could be wedding dress, makeup artist, entertainment, invitation cards, media, transportation, might be extra, any other stuffs. So this one we have gave like around 1 week duration, 17 to 20, about 2 weeks, 2 weeks, and sending invitation cards to guests like in 2 days maximum, and honeymoon arrangements. Just 1 week is enough to arrange a honeymoon for a daughter. And the ceremony day do you have fixed on 15th of June 2022.
Cool.
And the budget we have because we have a 500,000 budget. So we have divided these things in hotel booking for whole reservation 175 for 1 day. That and main needs that we have calculated everything around 250,000, and honeymoon package 75,000. So
wow,
we got it in the 500 exactly, all the budget. So we couldn't able to complete the things. We were trying to work on the procurements. What's the means of procurements? I was thinking in that way that we could take each stakeholders of this, makeup artists, entertainment, and everything, and put it here with the source from which company, and estimate the amount and distribute it in in a small particles, we could say. So the risks are high. Might be some anything could happen. Any disaster might happen, or maybe it could it could be anything happen. So we kept the risk is high.
Yes, the risk is high. Also, we can say about the funds. I mean, the lack of funds.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
We try to manage to cover it in 500, but might be exceed sometime. We don't know. So and what else? I believe this is the thing that we have tried to present.
Cool. That's cool. That's very good, guys. That's very good. And guys, what you've done here is the actual project manager document here. So that's a very good document that you found. Also, please upload this to the chat for the team to see this, because this is a very, so guys, look at the contrast. Number one, the first team had a presentation slide deck. This is a fantastic presentation to give to get stakeholder and team buy-in. But the actual meat, the nitty-gritty details is actually contained in this document. Did you see like there's a slight little bit of differentiation in terms of the approach that was taken? So when you're trying to get team buy-in, you'd go for group number one. So you'd create that document and present it out. But when you're getting into the nitty-gritty details, you would use what this group has done here, because this is phenomenally laid out, and it's the structure, and it's actually clinically laid out. So good job for group number one and group number two. All I'm asking here is please upload these documents to the chat.
What should we call the file, Suhaib?
Project charter.
Project charter, all right.
Project charters. So please.
I will do it right away.
Please, sir, because these are very good documents to have. Very good. So that's excellent stuff. Now, guys, I was looking around in the rooms when it came to the sequencing activity. There is one room that I want us to look at. I think it's room number 2. And I think it was room number 2. Guys, was it room number 2 that the ones that you guys, so it was Yervant and Muhammad Al Ali, you guys created a Gantt chart, an actual one, correct? If I'm correct.
Yeah,
can you share it? Can you share it?
Yes, one moment.
Because this chart actually demonstrated a lot of the principles physically. It actually was a very good chart. And then I want to jump to room number 1. Yes. Now, can you jump to slide number 2? Because there's something out. Now, guys, look at what's being done here. You clearly see there's a sequencing of activities here. The thing that I loved about what this done was there, you can clearly see there's a start date, there's an end date, and the duration, 30 minutes, 30 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour, 45, 1 minute. Look at the sequencing, the method of sequencing. And look, this is mandatory. You cannot gather the ingredients until you actually prepare the recipe. You cannot go for shopping for the missing ingredients until you until you know what the ingredients are. So you cannot prepare the base of the cake unless you don't have the ingredients in your hands. There's an actual sequencing. There's a chronological manner in this. Can everyone see this in the chat? Does everyone understand what I'm saying in the chat? Right? Give me a yes. So you can also see. So yeah, yes, it's coming up good. And also the enjoy. Good stuff, good stuff. So guys, this is really good. This is a really good job. Yervan, please upload this one as well.
Yeah, all right.
This is very good. This is good. This was very good. And also I want to jump to room number 1. Aditya, Asma, and Sally, I believe you guys prepared one as well, which was something similar to this, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was sort of a draft. It's
okay,
like,
no problem.
Let me show you.
It's no problem. We can, once when you bring it up on the screen, we can also see it. And I can also tell you guys what else you could have, oh, here we go. Here we go. Perfect. Perfect. Now, guys, check this out. Check this out. You see the hours. You see the hours, how there's a chronological sequence. This is exactly what we wanted to see here. And look at the left side. There's a sequencing. A chronological sequencing, and you would do each activity as when needed. So group number 1 actually showed it, what the dependencies are, but group number 2 is showing it through the actual structure of the document. Both documents are correct, both sequences are correct, and both of them are exceptional. And you can see the hours here laid out, and you can also see like the left sides there. And yes, Yervan has shared his file, and also this team as well. Asma, please upload this document as well. So export it as a PDF or an Excel. Upload it to the team. Very good job. Very, very good job, guys. So thank you so much. I think it was Sally. So who was that in that team? Yeah, Sally, Asma, Aditya. Do you want to add anything in there?
And for the second slide, what should we call it, Suhaib?
Just call it schedule. Schedule.
All right.
Schedule diagram. That's it. Schedule diagram. Yeah. Yeah. Very good. That was very good. So guys, I'm very happy with I'm actually very pleased with the progress. I'm very pleased. Usually I tell everyone, do the schedule diagram for the wedding. But I had showed you the wedding example on the screen, right? But the thing is that we don't want to make it too, we don't want to, I want to make you guys dynamic. I don't want to make you guys like, okay, so you can imagine how you can plan out the wedding in that schedule diagram. The reason why I put the cake in there, because I want to twist, I want to throw you in a curveball so you can plan it on the spot as a project manager. This is one of the challenges that you'll be getting day in and day out. I want you guys to be dynamic. I want you guys to be flexible in your manner. This is very, very important. So guys, look at the documents that are coming, download them, review them. And if you have questions, feel free to contact me afterwards. It's not a problem. And, you can contact me on social, say, hey, so if I had a question here, I had a question here. It's not a problem. But guys, let's just, before we go for the break, because I'm really impressed with some of the quality I've seen today. It's not every class that shows this, but I think you guys have went above and beyond. Now, look, guys, a chronological sequence of steps. Yesterday, what did we do? Stakeholder, yeah? Stakeholder register. I'm going to go around the class. I want to hear people talk now. Let's go to Aditya. What's the stakeholder register?
I think it identifies all the people who influence the outcome on the project and what influence they have, and whether it's critical or non-critical. So it allows you to prioritize their involvement in the project.
Good. Next one was the racy one. Remember that one, guys? Responsibility.
Yes. It's an extension for stakeholder register. We said.
Good. And consult. That was Sally, wasn't it? Informed. Yeah. Now, and Sally, this could be, it's an extent. It can also be a separate document. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it can
exactly.
Be, exactly. Good stuff. The third one. Who can tell me what the third document is?
Ground rules.
Gantt chart.
Ooh.
Well.
So interesting. This always comes up, guys. Team charter is a optional document that you can create. Yeah. This is interesting. That I deliberately did not mention this because I wanted to see who would bring this up. So it's optional. You can do this. It's up to you.
I think we also call the team charter the exclamation mark matrix.
Yes, there was a matrix in there as well. There was a matrix in there, but team charter is good. Fourth one. This is the license to kill, guys. This is the license to kill. The project charter. Let's go to Asma. What's the project charter?
Yes. I'm looking into my notes. Sorry.
No. On the top of your head. You know it, girl. You've got this. You got this. What do you think it is?
Oof, I forgot. Wait 1 second.
In your words, in your description, what do you think it is?
I genuinely forgot. I'm sorry.
No, you just did it there.
Just simplifying the project in such a small particles, we could say.
It's the overview. Asma?
I'm still looking. Can you, is there a way to show us again on your previous slide?
Yes, of course. So, guys, what I'll do, just this is good. This is some of you might be feeling, oh no, this is easy stuff. No, it's important. So, guys, let me just go back here. Project charter. Remember.
Just remind us how it looked. Yeah, because okay.
It's the overview.
Okay, got you.
It's the overview. So don't forget that now. And remember, Asma, license to kill. Once when the project manager is given the project charter, it's a license for the project manager to go and start executing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Okay, don't forget that now. Okay, we're all learning. It's okay. We can all learn. Sometimes we forget. So let me write that down because that's a catchy thing that you guys won't forget. Before we go for the break, license to kill is license to execute. And it's the overview of the project. Guys, sorry, I should have made this bigger. Project charter, right? What's the next one, guys? Tell me. Shout out.
Compliance management. Compliance management.
No. So project charter, right? So look, what you could do here, right? What you could do here is project vision, right? Project vision is included, right? Is included. Because of a cache there, I need to mention this point now. Is included in the project charter. So it's one document, right? It's one doc.
Training and teaching and coaching plan or no?
Training, yeah, is included. You could say is training and coaching plan is included.
The quality management plan.
Yeah. That actually no. Leave that. That's a separate thing. That's something that you can produce at any point. But so you could say the training and coaching plan. But just to make things simple, guys, I'm going to delete this point because I want to keep you guys on the major points. So the project charter. The another major document is the requirements traceability matrix. Don't forget that one. These 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are very, very important. And then what happens afterwards is the WBS. Then it's the Gantt chart. Oof, the Gantt chart. And then there's something which we're about to get into, which is called the cost. Okay, so don't forget the WBS gives you the scope baseline at this point. Is everyone following along what I'm saying here? Give me a yes in the chat box, and it just gives you this cost baseline. This is you almost mapped out so much of the PMP. This is, look, guys, I know some of you might be sitting there, oh, he hasn't lectured once today, he's being lazy. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm about to get into my lectures very soon. Look at this. Look at the sequencing of this. This is why this is considered the gold standard. You know, at any point when you're giving a project, the exact sequence of steps. First of all, I need to do a stakeholder register. I need to do my RACI chart. I need to do a team charter so I know exactly what the team's buy-in is. And remember, guys, the team charter was basically the values of the team, the values of the team, how they will empower each other. Okay, the project vision is included in the project charter, obviously, but it mentions the objective. Okay, the objective of the project. Okay, very, very important. Project charter, license to kill, license to execute, and it's an overview of the project. Requirements traceability matrix, as we know, it is basically showing you who said what. And Asma, I really liked what you said at the beginning there. What was the requirements traceability matrix? What was the major advantage there? Could you mention it on the air if that's okay?
It's I mentioned earlier that it's a tool to keep track of what each person said, and it's also a tool for a project manager to cover their back if anything goes wrong.
To keep track. Very good. Well said there. Very good. And the WBS is obviously the structure. It's the decomposition. So let's not forget that word. Very important word. Decomposition of the activities. Very important thing to mention here. And scope baseline. The Gantt chart. So we saw that there, which was the sequencing. I want to get that word in there. Sequencing of the activities. And don't forget, guys, mandatory versus the optional, discretionary versus discretionary. Okay. Now look at the review. Look, we're putting it all together. Look at in this one document how much stuff we're covering, and the cost baseline I'm about to cover. Okay, which is about to come up. Okay, so we'll cover that. I'm going to save this document, and I'm just going to call it PMP sequence. I'm just going to call it PMP steps for the time being. Okay. I'm going to stop the screen sharing here. I'm going to upload it to the chat here because I think you guys will really benefit from this. I always make a stop in the thing and PMP steps. Here we go. So you can download that now. Now, guys, before we jump for the break, I just need to cover one quick little thing, which is based here before we move on to the next chapter, which is the cost stuff, critical path. Okay. So remember when we had the days there? So we had a couple of the activities. Activity 1, which was baking a cake or buying the ingredients. Activity 2 could be cooking. Activity 3 could be preparing, and activity 6 could be giving it to the customer. And it could be 6 days, 6 weeks, 4 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 week, 5 weeks, 4 days. So some projects have 2 paths, as you can see here. So it could be the case that you're working on a very large project and there's many activities, and you can do activities concurrently, meaning that you can do activities in a different path. So you can see here that this project has 2 paths. Okay, there's 2 paths here. And a typical question that you get and a typical thing that you need to do nowadays is figure out which is the most critical path. Okay, you can see here, guys, that this is 6 weeks, 4 weeks, plus 3 weeks, plus 1 week gives you 14 weeks. 6 weeks plus 5 weeks plus 4 weeks plus 1 week gives you 16 weeks. The critical path is the one with the longest path in the thing. Why? Let me go to the chat. Why? Because if the project manager ignores the longest path, it can delay the entire project. It delays the project. So as a project manager, always watch your critical path. The critical path in the picture that you can see here is path 2, which is 16 weeks. Obviously, this path at the top here is okay. There's no issues on this path. But if this path at the bottom gets extended, the project is going to get delayed massively. Does that make sense to everyone? Yes, okay. Are you guys sure? Okay, cool. Yes, I didn't get it, brother. Okay, that's fine. Not a problem. What I'll do is, let me just clear this. Let me just clear the slides. Let me get the eraser. Cool. Let me do that again.
Shoaib, you mean we are estimating this, or we are doing this to know how many weeks it will take to finish the project?
Yes, how many weeks and which is the longest path?
But how we are determining that? I mean, how we are
remember
that?
Remember the numbers that you guys gave, like 1 day, 2 days, 3 days,
yeah.
3 hours. Yes, that way.
Okay.
Yeah, simple as that. But Mohammed, because you guys had a very simple sequence, that's why you only saw one path. But some projects have 2 or 3 paths in them. I deliberately kept things simple. I'm just showing it here just so that you guys are aware that there are projects which are big. And then those big projects, you will have multiple paths. And when you have multiple paths, you just need to make sure that you calculate the first path and you calculate the second path. And the path with the longest duration is your critical path. Does that make sense? Mohammed?
Yeah.
Yeah, go. Okay, that's it. Okay, cool. So I'm going to accept that. Okay, so cool, guys. Guys, thank you so much for that. I know that was a difficult, long exercise, but I want to say thank you so much for just being attentive and being prepared and listening to that, because this is the practical element of the project management course. It is 2 o'clock. I do want to give you guys a 15-minute break, so please come back at, just to give it the full 15 minutes, 2:18. Okay. Please return back at 2:18 p.m. and we'll restart the session, okay? And we'll also start with any Q&A that you may have, okay? So it's 2:18, take your break now, and I'll see you back at 2:18. Hey everyone. So it's about 2:18 there. Hopefully you've had a relaxing break there. So I am well aware at this point in time that usually when I finish this next chapter, people's brain power starts to it starts to go down a little bit. It starts to get difficult. And guys, it's fully understandable because yesterday it's an okay, amount. But today we were starting to overload at this point in time. So I'm going to just take things a little bit slowly. Projected finish time, roughly about 4 p.m. And then obviously I'll stop and do the Q&A at 4 p.m. I've got some private questions there for a couple of the individuals asking about the course, about the Leading Safe course. Guys, I'm going to paste some links into the chat box. And this will really help you guys just kind of figure out what's going on here. So I suggest you bookmark these links, or even if you want to just copy, if you just want to copy this, just copy it into a document or something. Watch the videos afterwards. They are good and they're very educational, and in fact, it will help you pass the exam if you do actually take the course in the end. So, for the individuals that are privately messaging me, so there's the answers there. So there's 4 really good videos there, and I'm actually going to be uploading more videos tonight just to support this. And there's 2 live sessions in there, PI planning and a live session 2, predictable delivery to gain stakeholder trust. That's all in the Leading Safe course. So that's 4 links that you can copy into your bookmark into your Chrome, Safari browsers, or just save it to your desktop so you can watch it later on. Okay. We're going to go on to the cost management chapter. Do you have any questions that you'd like to ask? If anyone has got any questions, obviously I'll do a full Q&A at 4 p.m. But do you have any other questions that you'd like to ask at this moment in time? Yervant, please.
Yeah, Sohaib, I have a quick question. Previously, you mentioned that the timeline, and you gave us the example in which the 14 weeks and the 16 weeks. Mm-hmm. But I want your opinion regarding what would be a percentage for projects being completed on time?
None. 90 guys, most projects don't actually deliver on time. There's a statistic released by the PMI, which was, I think it was almost 60 to 90% of projects worldwide fail. Don't deliver on time. Yeah, fail or don't deliver on time. Yeah.
Wow.
That's now guys, when we talk about, we're going to get into risk management next week. You will discover as to what the reason behind this actually is. So that's coming up next week. So you'll discover as to why this is happening globally on a global scale. So 60 to 90%, guys, is a huge one. So risk management is a big piece to play. Aditya.
Yeah, so when you say fail, you say they fail on a certain parameter, because I mean, it could be that the project is actually delivered, like the building is constructed, but do they fail on like cost or margin? Is that what is considered failure by PMI?
Not any particular parameter or attribute was given, but the statement was 60 to 90% projects worldwide fail. And one thing that was mentioned was inadequate risk management. So it's something interesting. You'll see it next week, and all of you will realize as to why this is such a critical thing to actually look into. Okay, so that's next week. So definitely look at, and guys, the risk management chapter is the most important chapter in the whole PMP. If you have understood nothing from my course, if you pay attention to the risk management one, you've understood the entire course. That's the thing. I think wait, am I correct in saying which video did Said send out? Was it the risk one? Okay. I'll have to check which video, because if it's the risk one, then you guys should be revising that video. That's a very critical video if you've got access to that one. That's a super critical video to have. It is in Asma. Are you there?
Yeah, I just checked the video and it's risk management video.
It's the risk management. Oh, geez, there you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Yeah. So guys, that's the important one. Make sure you bookmark that one. It's a very important video, that one. So you've got a bit of a head start. So yeah, there you go. So I'm going to go on to the cost stuff now, guys. Now, guys, we're only going to dive into the cost stuff a little bit, because we're going to go back into cost next week. Okay. So we're only going to touch upon it a little bit. Cost estimates. Now, guys, when we are obviously doing the wedding planning, we have to give cost estimates. How much is the cake going to cost? How much is this going to cost? How much is this going to cost? The Gucci, the Chanel shoes, 10, 15, 20,000 dirhams. We got to add that in there. So all of this costs money. So when we stick it all together, we actually get something which is called a cost baseline. So remember the WBS structure that we created? Each and every item in there would have a cost associated with it. When we add up all the costs, that becomes our cost baseline. It's as simple as that. The cost baseline, if it's 500,000 dirhams, then we got to make sure that we deliver the project within 500,000 dirhams. Okay. The important thing to remember is that what happens if we go above? What happens if we save some money? The cost baseline is actually something very important to understand, because I want to show you the part that I'm actually talking about is this part. This is the important part I'm talking about. See, this management reserve is actually controlled by the company. So the cost baseline is something that the project manager has and the team. You guys come up with the cost baseline. But if the project manager and the team cannot deliver the project on time or within scope or within cost, then they need to ask for money, right? Who do they go and ask money from? Has to be the sponsor from the company. Now, the management reserve, guys, is usually 10%, roughly 10%, that the company saves aside just in case something naughty happens, something bad happens. Does that make sense to everyone? The cost baseline is 500,000 dirhams. But let's say Sally gets a little bit demanding and she wants I don't know, what's a Prada pair of, I don't know, whatever it is. I don't know which brands there's, some rich ones. Sally, what do you want? Add something extra to the bill.
I don't know. Maybe I want more than one band to cover my wedding. Maybe Miriam Faris and another singer, or maybe I would like. I don't know. I mean, some food also in the catering is very expensive. I mean, maybe lots of sushi, lots of, I don't know. I mean, I want the expensive things from everything. Catering, dress.
Yes, number one from everything, yeah?
Yeah.
Number one. See, look, see, we're both on the same page now. Now, this is important because this means that the cost is going to go up and up and up. Now, the poor father here, and Faber's got to cash out now. He's got to go to the bank balance. He needs to go to Emirates NBD and cash this out now. So 500,000 might become 600, 700, 800, 900, and then it's heart attack time, right? And then someone's going to be in the hospital. If that happens, then the groom's there by himself. Then the groom might say, he might get cold feet and run away. You never know what could happen at this point. But that's the management reserve. That's 10%. Okay. Call off the wedding. Ahmed, you might have to. You might have to, yeah, but the mother-in-law was, yeah, milk that boy as much as you can. As much as you can, milk him. Then he's dead. He'll prefer to go and sleep at the grave forever, saving the back. Yeah. You never know what can happen. But that's the meaning behind this one, guys, that the cost baseline is it's an important thing. So if you have 500,000, you got to operate within that 500,000. But if someone gets a little bit too much, they want to get everything, you want to buy everything, then yes, that number is going to get bigger. And then the management reserve might not have any cash left in the banks. Look, guys, we've only got 10%. So 10% of 500,000 is 50,000 dirhams, guys. Look, check this out. 50K. It's not a lot. It's not a lot. So the budget is 500,000K, but you've only got 10% as a backup if things go crazy, So bear that in mind as well. Now, guys, when it comes to the formulas, we're going to cover that next week, okay? But the major one that you need to recognize is this one, okay? I'm going to write the formula. What is the project budget made of? Now, I don't want you guys to forget this. It's the cost baseline plus the management reserve. Okay? So this project budget here is a combination of this and this. So it's project budget equals the cost baseline plus the management reserve. Does that make sense to everyone? Give me a yes in the chat if that makes sense. Yeah? Good. Akash, Sally. Mohammed, you okay there? Ahmed, you okay? Good. Very simple thing, guys. Very simple. Because people normally ask, oh, so hey, what's the project budget then? What's the cost baseline? The project budget is the final thing. Okay? It's the final thing. The management reserve is what the company has control over. The cost baseline, who controls the cost baseline, guys? Who controls the cost baseline?
The project manager.
The project manager and the team. Okay. Good one. Good call. The management reserve. Who controls the management reserve? Who?
The organization. The organizations.
Organization, right? Mohammed, how much?
50,
there's a percent. Sorry?
10%.
10%. Now, guys, here's the last question. The project budget equals what? What's the formula for the project budget?
Cost
baseline plus management reserve.
Yes, both got it. Smart. Good. That's very good. Now, guys, see all this stuff on the right?
So I have a question, if that's possible.
Yeah.
I was wondering why does the management reserve always have to fall around 10%? Who decides of the percentage? And how can we change it?
That's a very, very good question. That's a very good question. And she's right to ask that. Very right. Guys, can you imagine? So PMI, okay, let's make it very clear. PMI recommends 10%. PMI recommends 10%, okay? This is from the gold standard, okay? Some companies follow this. Some companies follow this, okay? Some. But as Asma has correctly asked there, this really isn't practical, right? We can't really say this might be the case because what happens when we were constructing the Burj Khalifa, I don't think 10% would have been enough to cover that. No chance. It actually depends on the company, depending on the priority. Guys, let me actually mention it. Depending on the strategic priority of the project, it can vary. Asma, can you come on the air?
Yeah.
Asma, let's say you own a company. Which company do you want to own? Tell me the company's name. Any company.
No. Bouygues Construction.
Big construction. Okay, a big. Let's say you are the owner of Emar. Okay.
Okay.
Or Nikhil, or the Mac property, which one was right? And you have this absolutely stunning project, which is going to absolutely amaze and dazzle the world.
Okay.
Would you put 10% on that project, or would you want this project to be successful, no matter what?
I would want the project to be successful no matter what.
Exactly. So you are prepared to go over 10%, correct?
Yeah.
You're prepared to go to 1,000% to ensure the success of the project, correct?
Yeah, I mean,
yes.
The project is all worth it. Yeah.
Yes, the answer is yes. So guys, it actually depends on the company. That it could be of such huge, wait, let me just put this, huge importance that this 10% can go to, can go to 1,000%. It doesn't matter in this case. It depends on the company. Asma, does that answer the question?
Yeah.
Good question. Good question. Very good question. Ahmed, go for it.
I agree with you on this thing, but in some cases, if you notice, there is a lot of projects has been shut down during the operation. Let's say a construction. One of them was in the MENA, if you remember, Abu Dhabi MENA. If you heard about these things, they have demolished this building. It was like a bone only. They didn't finish maybe 50% of it. And then they demolish it. One of the buildings that they have removed it because of out of budget, let's say, wrong in the design or something. In this case, like if they don't have budget, like you said, they put more budget and then they are out of budget due to the market changes, what you can do about it? I mean, this thing, like one of the examples, is a loss.
Yes. Yes.
So how to avoid such things?
Basically, it happens, right? Guys, as I just said previously, 60 to 90% of projects fail worldwide. So what Ahmed just mentioned there just kind of gives more evidence into this black underworld of failed projects. This unfortunately is true. Now, Ahmed, I don't have an answer. I really don't have an answer. It really comes back to the company's strategic priority. If the company's happy to let it go, tough. It disappears, isn't it? The PMI can't say anything. PMI can't do anything here. PMI can only recommend, look, guys, you put 10% aside, but we don't really know what to do, because money talks at the end of the day. You can't do anything without cash. And if the cash flows are stopping and the cash inflows aren't running anywhere, then we can't pay the workers, we can't pay the employees. We're stuffed, unfortunately. The only thing I would say is that if you're working on a project that's super, super critical, it's your risk management. That's the only answer I can give here, Ahmed, is that if you are applying proper risk management, you should be able to prevent the project from failing. This is the only answer I can give right at this moment in time, because based on the studies I've read, based on what some of the stuff I've seen in the industry, we can always say, actually, there's a case study that I'm going to show you guys next week from the US Air Force for a digital transformation project which failed, and it was all down to inadequate risk management. I'll show you that one next week. But there's a lot of examples like this. So Ahmed, I really don't have an answer to this, I'm sorry to say.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, so guys, it really depends on the situation. Ahmed's question's correct. He's correct. PMI doesn't have an answer for this, neither do I, except for risk management. You can prevent a lot of the issues by applying proper risk management. Aditya?
Also, in terms of this contingency reserve, especially when you're bidding for projects, it's the market competitive pressures that sometimes require for you to reduce this considerably, because you want to win the project. And that's where the risk starts to grow, because you reduce the contingency reserve considerably, because it has to be included into the bid, whether it's 10% or 20%, and then it affects the margin that you get on the project. So it's always very tight, and it's always something that gets overrun, and then you have to they have to cut corners to
Aditya, let's be honest, it always gets overrun.
Yeah, it always gets overrun in all the projects.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, they can't keep a very big margin either.
He's true. He's 100% right. I'm agreeing with everything that you said. So what's the takeaway from this? So guys, that was a really good discussion. I really love this kind of wide open discussions, because it's revealing the actual nature of project management. So the theory is one thing, but we actually want to get practical here. Management reserve, 10% from the PMI. In the real world, it can depend. Cost baseline is managed by the project manager and the team. Project budget is management reserve plus the cost baseline. And that's it for this one. Okay. We're going to revisit cost management next week, which is the 4th day. Okay. That's the last thing. That's the formulas. That's the 4th day next week. So I don't want anyone to stress over it. I don't want anyone to freak out about it. We'll cover it next week, and I'm going to do it practically live on the air myself. I will be doing it, and you guys will be following along at home. Okay, so don't worry about this. So not to worry. So don't listen to the scare stories. Don't start going on YouTube and start looking at that kind of cost management. Don't ignore it. The way I'm going to teach it is much more simpler. Okay. We've got about 20 minutes before we go for the break. I'm just going to squeeze in this chapter around about plan and manage the quality of deliverables. Now, if you remember yesterday, I said quality management, but I said we're going to retouch upon it today. So this is the continuation of yesterday. So you'll see every week we start to build in the layers after layers. So we always introduce the chapter, but we build upon the layers every week. As we correctly said yesterday, the quality management plan is the fulfillment of the requirements. The higher the quality, the higher the grade, the better that the requirements has been met. This is the important thing. And it also means you can charge a more premium price. So I think the bags are probably the best thing to look at. Chanel bags, Gucci bags. I believe it's snakeskin, right? Snakeskin or crocodile skin is one of those ones, and it's apparently worth a lot of money. I.e., that's why the bags are worth a lot of money. This is the quality. This is the grade, and they can withstand a long time in the sun. I'm not too sure, but ladies can crocodile. Okay, crocodile skin. There you go. So it's important, but we need to be able to be practical as project managers. So let me show you some tools. When you're a project manager, it is inevitable that you will be gathering data, doing some data analysis and data representation. This is something that you've got to do, okay? There's no excuses here. Data gathering is checklists, check sheets, some statistics that you can be looking at, questionnaires, surveys, all that good stuff. This could be company surveys, anything that you would like. But also, you've got data analysis. How do you do the data analysis? What methodologies are you going to follow? And then how are you going to represent the data? Cause and effect, control charts, histogram, scatter, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to show you some charts. And these charts are some very typical charts that will come up in the exam. Okay, so please do pay attention. And these are some charts that you just want to make part of your nature. 2 of the charts are extremely easy. So it's just 2 that you need to focus on. Number 1, this is called the cause and effect diagram. Some of you will call it a fishbone diagram because it looks like a fishbone, or the YY diagram, or the Ishikawa diagram, which is that famous person, right? In this diagram, you can see here, a look at the, it analyzes where did the problem come from. Did it come from people, process, equipment, management, environment, or the material? And you go through each one of the spokes brainstorming, where did the problems come from? And then the team will do a vote, and based on the team's vote, it's coming from there, or they're doing some analysis, or they're doing some root cause analysis, right? So this is called the cause and effect diagram. Now, guys, it has a number of names, okay? Cause and effect, fishbone, Ishikawa, or YY. Just make sure you memorize all the names, because it does get confusing. Okay, I know, even for me, when I did this many years ago, I was like, why on earth does this have so many names? Unfortunately, it does. Cause and effect, fishbone, YY, and Ishikawa is associated with this. Does that make sense to everyone? Okay, I'm saying yeses. Okay, cool. And guys, I'll give you a simple example here. Suhaib did not turn up for the training. Okay, let's say Suhaib did not turn up for the training. The team here could go and do this cause and effect. Okay, let's say, was it down to process? Maybe he might have left the alarm clock. Equipment, maybe his laptop didn't work. Management, maybe Said forgot to tell Suhaib. Environment, maybe the building collapsed or something, and he's dead. And material, maybe he didn't have the material in his laptop. Or people, it could be the case that he received some bad news. So you'd go through each and everything, and you'd analyze which one it is, and you find the one that was most likely. So it could be the case that let's just go to environment. Sorry, equipment. Laptop failed, didn't have a backup laptop, so therefore he couldn't present because he didn't have a laptop. So that's a very simple, stupid example of the cause and effect. So it helps you analyze the root cause. Now, guys, I'm sure you've seen this before. If you're working in any professional job, or if you've been through high school or university, anytime you've created an Excel spreadsheet before, this is a scatter diagram. So the y-axis, the x-axis, it just compares two variables, okay? You've got two variables, and it looks at the two variables and it compares them. That's it. That's all that's been said here. So it's the comparison of two variables and the relationship between those two variables. If it's forming some clusters, then you can see, oh, there's a specific cluster here. So let me just draw this out. So if there's a cluster of dots here, you know, there could be a relationship here. Or if there's a specific cluster of variables here, then you might say it's forming a relationship there. So that's all it is. Does that make sense to everyone? Has everyone seen a scatter diagram before? Do I need to explain this anymore? Is this okay for everyone? Just give me a Y if everything's okay. Yeah, cool. So the first one was quite easy as well. This one was easy as well. So I don't see any problems here. The next one.
Thank you.
Yes, Ahmed, you raised your hand.
Yeah, for the scatter diagram, is it like when you want to collect the information and come up with the scatter diagram?
Yes.
There is like a values that we have to fill, and it will come up. Is there like an application we are using for this, or we have to
Excel?
do it?
Excel.
Excel,
yeah, typically Excel. That's the ones out. Yeah, that's the vast majority of the world will use Excel for this one. Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, and back to the fishbone. This is a standard diagram.
This is a standard, worldwide recognized. Yes, standard. Yes.
So we can use it in any kind of project.
Most, and sometimes, Ahmed, you might need to change.
Yeah, some like, changes. Yeah.
Just customize it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Good question. Good question. So that was the fishbone scatter diagram. But also we've got another one called a control chart. Now this one might be a little bit difficult for some people. Let's say, so the control chart here is basically used to determine the accuracy of the process. Accuracy, we're talking about accuracy. Let me write this down because I don't want anyone to fall asleep in terms of what I'm saying. Accuracy. Okay, this is the major thing. The center line here, guys, is the accuracy point. Okay. And we want to produce diamonds that are beautifully shiny, very shiny, sparkly, beautiful. When you look at them, you are bedazzled. like that film with who's that actress in there? I forgot the actress's name. Bedazzled. Liv Tyler or something like that. I can't remember. So yeah, the more sparkly the diamond is, the more central you are to the line. That's good. We want to be central to the line. Let's do this. So this diamond is here. It's okay. It's quite close. It's quite good. This diamond came to here. Elizabeth Harley, that's the one. She throughout my teenage years, that she was my crush. So you can see here, guys, that the control limit is okay. We can tolerate this. This is our toleration point. But the specification limit is if we go above here, guys, discard the diamond. We have to chuck the diamond away at this point. Okay, so this is okay. This is discretionary, guys. This is up to you. You might look at this diamond and go, okay, fine, keep it, or send it to the underground market to sell in Nigeria or something like that. I don't know. Sell. I don't know what to do. And then you've got this diamond. This diamond is quite close. It's very sparkly. It's good. This one is good as well. It's actually quite close to the center. This one is smack bang on the control limit, meaning it's good enough. We can take this. This one is good. This one is good. Ooh, what happened here? Exactly. This is a problem. Specification limit has gone up. This diamond goes to the bin, or it gets sold on the black market. And this one is okay as well. So let me just wipe it out again. Erase everything. Oops. What happened? Oh, get back. Right. Erase. So you can see here, guys, the major thing to understand is this is the accuracy point. We want to hit the dotted line for the sparkliness. This line is the control, meaning it's good enough. If we go into this area, it's discretion. It's up to you if you want to keep it or throw it. But if we're in this area, we got to discard it. Does that make sense to everyone? I will not move to the next slide until I get a yes from everyone. It's my responsibility. Sally, you okay there? Asma, I see yes. Sally's got yes. Okay. Are you using Excel also for this diagram? Yeah. Excel would be a good idea. Yeah, would be a good idea to use for that one. You can also use Power BI. It's not a problem. Yervan, please go ahead.
Yes, right. Basically, the concept, I understand it and how effective it is, but I want to know how we can use it in project management.
Sometimes you're the project manager that's producing cars, producing anything, and you might have a specific characteristic that you have to hit. And that characteristic might be, it has to be 10 centimeters, it needs to be 10% containing sugar, or it needs to be, it can reach 60 kilometers per hour underneath 5 seconds. So you have to hit that center line. Does that make sense? So you'd use it in different circumstances, but you can produce the graphs like this for virtually anything.
In the IT sector or software, how it can be implemented?
Bugs. Every time you're producing code, you have a characteristic in there. Every time you do a sprint or a Scrum delivery or a delivery cycle, you want to hit maybe only one or two bugs that come out from the project or that delivery. And then if you're hitting the central line, that might be, zero. You have zero errors. But if you have one or two, but you might say, okay, the control limit is 5. If we deliver with 5, it's okay. But if we deliver between 5 and 10, we got to make a decision. But if we deliver over 10 bugs, meaning there's 10 issues within that software delivery, then we got to stop it. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay.
It means there's a systemic problem within the code. Yeah. Very good question. That was an excellent question, that one. Okay, so I'll move on to the next chart. I'm just going to ask. I'm not picking on you, Asma, today. I just want to make sure you're getting the information. Is that okay?
Yeah. It's
I'm not picking on you. I promise.
No, it's clear.
You understood the diamond example, yeah?
Yeah.
Because the more sparkly, we're hitting the bullseye, yeah, the center line. Yeah. But if the diamond is 50% no shine, then it's discretionary. But if it's 75%, it's got nothing, then it's over. Then we have to discard it. That's what's going on here. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I'm going to accept that. Okay. Cool. I'm going to accept that everyone's understood that. So we've covered 3 graphs there, guys. First one was the cause and effect diagram, the fishbone, the Ishikawa diagram, to analyze where the problem's coming from. So Suhaib slept in, or Suhaib forgot to put his alarm clock on, or the laptop didn't work, whichever one it is. The data representation one, the scatter diagram, this is to analyze the relationship between 2 variables. And you can find out a pattern. A pattern could emerge. And this is the control chart, which is this can be used for anywhere. And this is to be more accurate. So if you remember, guys, the more accurate your product specifications are, the more accurate you can produce them, the better you are hitting the bullseye for the center line. Last one. And then I'll stop for a quick 5 minutes of Q&A. We'll go for a break. The Pareto chart. The Pareto chart is that very famous person that said the 80-20 rule. 80/20 rule, or the 20/80 rule. I can't remember which order it is. Basically, it says that 80% of your issues are caused by 20% of the thing. So 20% of the 20% of the critical stuff, whatever that stuff is, will cause 80% of the other issues. Okay, so this is where it's coming from. So the Pareto diagram basically shows you, it ranks which ones are the most important, and it helps you just analyze which bit you need to focus on. So let's say if you're driving a car and the car's AC stops working, and let's say the car's electric windows stop working, and let's say the car's electric thingy stops working, and whatever electric thing is associated with it. So many electric things start to fail. Then there must be some electrical engine fault that's going on, right? That's the Pareto thing, that all the 80% of all the other electrical faults that's happening in the car are stemming to one thing, that 20%. Does that make sense to everyone? You're just honing it down to what it is. You're just kind of narrowing it down. Does that make sense to everyone? That example, yeah? Yes, cool. It's that you want to focus on the root cause. Again, you could say that the fishbone and this one are very similar, but this one is more statistically analyzing it. It's a much more statistical. This is your brainstorming analysis, while this one is more of a statistical analysis. You'd use numbers. Sally, Mohammed, I'm not seeing yeses from you guys. Are you guys okay? Sorry, Mohammed. Sally, you okay there? Mariam, you okay there? Yes. Okay. No problem. Okay, good stuff. I'm going to stop here. We've got 3 minutes before the break. Any questions? I do apologize if it's less interactive right now, because just there's nothing to interact with right now. I can't interact right now for you guys. I'm sorry. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them. If you want to just say something, if you've used something in the last week, something's too similar to this, feel free to share it with the class. If you want to share any stories, Feel free to share stories. It's not a problem. I'll do a recap just to make sure you're all on track.
So hi.
Yes.
Concerning, I'm sorry, I was because writing the notes very fast. The Pareto chart, for example, in this chart, because, for example, let's say the car is overpriced, so I sold small portions, so blah, blah, blah. For example, this is the case. Because of the first reason, all the other reasons came?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and it showed the most. So I know I said 20-80% rule, but guys, it doesn't have to be 20-80. So Sally, she's absolutely correct. So sometimes you can use the 20-80% principle. It's up to you. But you can clearly see here in this picture, as Sally analyzed, that this caused the vast majority of the issues.
Okay.
She's correct. She's absolutely correct. 1 minute left. Any questions? Anything that you want to share? I'll do a quick recap as we're waiting. So that was the quality management stuff. It's a good idea for you to create a quality management plan so you can hit the bullseye, so you can be fulfilling to the requirements. There are many quality management tools that are available to the project manager: checklists, check sheets, questionnaire surveys. But the major thing is the way you conduct your analysis and the way you represent that data. And the 4 critical tools that we showed you was the cause and effect diagram. So you can see where the issues, the errors are coming from, and you can analyze the root cause. Scatter diagram to see patterns, correlations between the different variables. The control chart, so you can hit the bullseye, which is the central line. And if you go above the control limit and specification limit, it becomes your discretionary, it's up to you if you want to keep it or discard it. And the last thing was the Pareto chart. Obviously, the biggest part can show you where the errors are coming from, or you can use the 20-80 rule. It's up to you. It's up to you. Okay. Ahmed, please.
Okay. Hello?
Yes.
If let's say the management is asking you to give a report like end of the month or every 6 months with more details, which one you can use as a more specific one?
For me, let's say, so Ahmed, sometimes the management might require a financial report. You will see that stuff in the cost chapter, which is next week. But let's say if they're asking you something which is manufacturing or you're producing something, for me, this one is perfect. If you can show that every time you're producing something that you are hitting the central point, this can get you a pay rise immediately. This one, and also this one is your analysis, Ahmed. This is like you're being a scientist and you're trying to see the correlation, right? So you're trying to see if there's a pattern emerging, right? This one is for you and the team to analyze where the problems are and how you can sort the problems out. Yeah, and this one is also a problem-solving one. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's so obviously depending on the report, you can select which one you feel is comfortable. But for me, this one's always the winner for me. Always. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Okie dokie. So guys, it's 3 p.m. I know it's getting late in the day. We still have a couple more chapters, but don't worry. I think we can finish up around about 4 p.m., 4:15 p.m. I will try my best for 4 p.m. and then we'll stop and we'll go to Q&A. So guys, 3 o'clock, please take your 15-minute break and come back for 3:15 p.m. See you back very shortly. Hey guys, we should all be back here now. I'm going to continue on with the next part. So guys, my challenge is that I know around about most of you will be kind of like brain overload. Am I correct in saying that here? Brain overload, too much information, or do you still have enough energy in the tank? So I said yes. Sally, I think you got enough energy there.
I'm not gonna answer anymore. I'm gonna type خلاص.
Fair enough. I respect that. But it does get a bit too much. I know. I know personally for myself. I remember when we we used to sit in the PMP classroom. I could see the students at roughly 2 p.m. They were dead. Nothing was going in their head. So I'm going to try my best to try and get this done within the next 40 minutes, and then we can all just forget. So that's it done. I only need about 40 minutes to go through the material. Integration. Now, guys, when it comes to you project managing, you are integrating. Write that down, please. Okay, actually, everyone get a pen and paper. Get a pen and paper. When I tell you to write it down. This will make things much more easier, and you can actually learn stuff as you go through. So that's PC. So don't just measure that. So basically, what you are the person that's trying to stick everything together, and the project manager is central to this. Okay, so you are the key integrator. Without you, nothing is possible. And the project management plan is one of the most important things that you have got to make it into a cohesive thing to make it work. Guys, write this down. You are the key person that's trying to make this stuff cohesive so it sticks together. That's the major thing here. Who's responsible for this? The project manager. Obviously, you're creating documents. Obviously, you're empowering the team. Obviously, you're getting your customer stakeholder feedback. It's not enough. You are the glue. The project manager is the glue that sticks this all together. Without you being the glue, none of this is possible. The project management plan, which includes all the documents, the project charter, the Gantt chart, the RACI chart, the stakeholder register, the WBS, the dictionary, the schedule, everything that we spoke about, the traceability matrix is all part of the project the quality management plan is all part of the project management plan. So it's a big document, okay? It's a big, fat document that we're producing. But regardless of the size of the document, you still need to be the glue. If you are unable to glue the team together, none of this is possible. Okay? I hope everyone wrote down the word glue. Don't sniff it. Just write down the word glue. You're the glue here that brings everything together. Any questions? No. So, sniffing, eh? Not too much, Mariam. Not too much. Just, you know, you can have an occasional, but that's about it, you know. Oh, I've got a story to tell, man. I love the smell of paint. I don't know what it is. Oh no, oil. The petrol. Sometimes I used to love the smell of paint. Sometimes I love the smell of paint. I mean, oil. I don't know what it is. It's weird, man. It's weird. Petrol's a dick. I don't know what it is. It's like a Hugo Boss fragrance. Yeah, but I don't recommend that. Don't do that. Don't do that. It's not good. It's not good. Anyway, planning and managing procurement. So guys, a large part of stuff that you do as a project manager is that you have to procure work. I think there was earlier on today, there was a section that Mohammed showed, which was in the project charter, which said procurement. You actually need to make or buy decisions. So no matter where you are in your projects, there will come a point where you have to make a decision. Do I have the skills in my team to get this done? Yes or no? So during the planning stages, write this down. During the planning stages, a make or buy decision has to be made. Because at the end of the planning stages, you would know, oh no, do I have the skills to do this? If not, then, then you have to buy. Unfortunately, you might need to procure, you might need to bring in a consultant, you might need to go and buy products and services, go and get material, whatever the heck it is, I don't know, right? But the make or buy decision needs to be happening during the planning stages. You need to be able to look at the WBS. Remember the WBS chart? You'd look at the WBS chart and say, okay, the venue. Do I need a venue planner here? Okay, I do. Let's just hire a venue planner and he can take care of everything. And we'll just pay him the money. That is a make or buy decision. But associated with that is that you might need to make a procurement management plan because there might be many things that you might need to procure. If that is the case, then we must create a procurement management plan. How many of you are in procurement right now? How many of you have procured products or services for something or for a project? You can write it down in the chat. P for procurement. P for procurement. Okay, so no one. Okay, Asma's done a P. Okay, that's cool. Asma, which items do you normally procure?
So currently, I'm looking to hire consultants for a project. So that falls into procurement, I guess.
Sounds good. Sounds good to me. Yeah, absolutely does.
We did a call for tender to get architects and engineers for our project.
Smashing. That's good. That's good. So yeah, and so you're doing procurement there. That's good. Miriam says P, but little stuff's absolutely fine. Indirect involvement, absolutely, that's fine. Machinery, air purifying products, office supplies, yeah, absolutely. And that's all falls underneath procurement. That's not a problem. So, and also, guys, sometimes you need to create a procurement management plan because there's so many things that you need to buy, so many things. But let me put this picture in your head. Let's say you put out a tender on the market. A tender is an offer. An offer to the market saying, hey, we are looking for the best coach in the world. So you get thousands of responses from all over the world, which is qualified coaches, including me. But you're stuck at this point because you need to be able to select which coach is the best. So you need to develop something called a source selection criteria. So you can analyze based on characteristics, attributes that you decide that are important. So before you award the contract, you know this coach is the best. It could be his speaking ability, his charisma, the way he conducts his courses, his social media. It can be anything. It could be his height. It could be how funny he is. It could be anything. How good he is at coaching, his certifications, his credibility. It can be anything. So when you get those 1,000 responses, you can go through and go, okay, check, tick, cross, tick, tick. You can quickly decide who is the best coach. Does that make sense? That's why you prepare a source selection criteria. Give me a Y in the chat if that makes sense to everyone. Yeah, just if anyone's confused. Okay, so everyone's okay there. Because guys, sometimes you get many responses and you need to be able to narrow them down to who is the best. Okay, but also let's say you like 5 or 6 coaches. Okay, you qualify those 5 or 6 coaches. You will say that these are the only 5 or 6 companies or coaches that we will only go to for getting work done. So one day you put out a contract which says PMP training. And then Suhaib responds and his enemies respond and all his other enemies respond. They're all part of the qualified coaches or vendor list. So that's the way it works. So the company might only go to the market for those 6 people. The company only might send the message, hey, 6 coaches, please send in your proposals so we can check through them and select the best one. And we'll award you the contract. This is called qualified vendors, okay? Meaning that you have a pre-approved list. Write this down. Qualified vendors equals pre-approved list of vendors that you want to work with, okay? I'll write that down in the chat. So it's a pre-approved list of vendors you like or have successful successful relationships with. Now, obviously, there's a gray area here which I don't want to get into, but there might be some favoritism here. It happens. Sometimes people pay money underneath the table. It happens, right? But we need to act ethically at the end of the day. Just wanted to mention that. Sometimes you might also do a bidder conference. A bidder conference is typically the arms one. When the big militaries, when you got Boeing and these weapons companies, manufacturers, they come out and they do these big conferences and they're putting out their weapons, their tanks and stuff for sale. That's a bidder conference. They're trying to win a contract. And also, guys, when it comes to properties and DMAC and they do exhibitions as well. And then when they come in here and they start to, you're trying to bid, you're trying to show off that you have the best stuff in your company. And you're trying to lure in a buyer that comes and buys your stuff. So actually, believe it or not, Dubai Expo could be considered as a bidder conference because each country was showing off its stuff. And if there was a buyer there, they could go and talk to someone in that booth and find out more information. So yeah, that's something to think. Mariam says, yes, it was. And supplier contracts. So yes, there are different types of contracts, guys, and this is the important bit, okay? So the bit that I'm about to cover now is the important bit. So there's fixed price, cost reimbursable, and time and materials. So this is the next part. This is the bit you must pay attention to. Fixed price, guys. Fixed price is if something says $100,000, it's $100,000. So Suhaib, we want to hire you to give PMP training. Okay, fine. How much is it going to cost? $100,000. Okay, it's a fixed price. Can you deliver it in 4 days? Yes, I can. $100,000 done. Even if I cannot deliver it in 4 days and I exceed it and it takes me 10 days, 20 days, tough luck. It's fixed price. It's $100,000. I have to live with it. Even if I need more help, even if I need more resources, tough. I've only got $100,000 because that's what I signed up with. Does that make sense? Your phone bill is fixed price. Your car, pet, all that stuff that you pay for is fixed price. Okay. You might only get a VAT at the end of the day. Cost reimbursable is different. Cost reimbursable is where the company is reimbursed. So guys, the key word here is reimbursed. Reimbursed. Sorry, I've spelt that wrong. Reimbursed, right? Let's say if I go to let's say if I go to Akash or Ahmed, I said, Akash, Ahmed, I want you guys to do this project. And this project, just do it, right? And say, okay, so any costs that happens to us, we'll have to charge you, Suhaib. I'll say, yes, that's fine. So Akash and Ahmed will go off and they'll do their project, and they will incur 50,000, 20,000, blah, 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 whatever cost it is. They keep adding up and paying for everything, right? At the end of the day, they will give me the bill, and the bill will be 500,000 or 1 million dirhams, and then I will pay it, and they might also charge me a little fee on top. This is called cost reimbursable, meaning that you pay for the costs that the vendor has incurred, okay? Pay, so wait, let me write that down. You pay for the costs the vendor has incurred. Okay, I've written in the chat there. You pay for the costs the vendor has incurred. And the last one is time and material. Actually, sorry, before I go on, cost reimbursable, does that make sense to everyone? Akash has got dollar signs. Sally, you okay there? Yeah. Ahmed, please.
Yeah, in this case, you are saying like no matter how much it costs, I'm gonna pay it. Is it?
Yeah, I have to, unfortunately, yeah. So Ahmed, if it costs you $1 million, I have to pay you $1 million.
So I'm gonna request somebody to do something for me, like let's say consultation, and I'm gonna tell him the budget is open.
Basically, yeah, it's cost reimbursable. You have to pay that person whatever costs he has incurred.
Okay, but let me ask you something like this. In this case, if I get some people, let's say many consultants, okay, and I told them the budget is open, but they came up with unreasonable price.
Rejected.
It's normal, right? And
yes,
not
absolutely
to do that.
Yeah. You obviously you can get a ballpark figure. So Ahmed, obviously for cost reimbursable, you can get a ballpark figure. You can ask, how much do you think it's going to cost you? So yeah, it's going to cost us about 750,000 dirhams. Okay, fine, that sounds reasonable. But then obviously we'll charge you a little fee on top. So that might be considered cost reimbursable. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And the last one, which is time and materials. So Suhaib, I'll give you the easiest example. Time. So we need you to come into Emirates NBD and deliver 5 days of coaching to our leadership team. Okay, that's fine. It's going to cost you. How much is it going to cost you? 10,000 dirhams a day. Okay, so 5 days times 10,000 dirhams is 50,000 dirhams by the end of the week. So that's time and material. Okay, that's first example. Second example is you are a construction company and you're going to buy bricks. Each brick is 10 dirhams and you need to buy 1 million bricks. So 1 million bricks times 10 dirhams gives you 10 million dirhams. So that's your material. So time material. You pay for the you pay for the the quantity, right? Does that make sense to everyone? I know sometimes it looks a bit confusing, but don't worry, the exam will make it clear which one it is. So let's just make it a little bit more clear. Fixed price. So guys, when it comes to time and materials, that's consultants, okay? Time and materials are favored for consultants. Consultants, okay? Consultants are very cost reimbursable. Cost reimbursable. That's for mostly research and development projects. Typically, this is what I've seen. Fixed price, you can you can do fixed price anywhere. Okay, so that's what it is. One thing important that I would like to mention here is that if the scope is 100% defined, so let's write this down. If the scope is 100% defined. Fixed price is best because you know the scope. You know the scope of the project. Okay, I need to buy 5 things. That's the scope. 5 things. Go for fixed price. It's very good. It's actually very good. If the scope is unknown, unknown. Sorry, I'm spelling this wrong. I don't want to get this unknown. Cost is best. Okay. If scope is unknown, cost reimbursable is best. Because the scope is unknown is basically research and development at this point. It's unknown, right? It's unknown. We don't know it's unknown what we're going to encounter. So we're going to have to pay for the unknown aspects of the project. So it's unknown. Asma.
I wanted to go back to time and material and your example concerning the bricks. Where does the time aspect fall into your example? Because you talked about buying material, you talked about buying bricks, but I did not quite understand where the time aspect is.
Yeah. Sure. Included. Absolutely. So basically, it was the example that I gave about Emirates NBD is hiring me as a coach, and they asked me, okay, we need you for 5 days. So 5 days is time. How much would it cost you for per day? Per day is going to cost you 10,000 dirhams. So it's 5 days times 10,000 dirhams. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. But I thought that earlier you gave the example of the 10 dirhams and 1 million bricks in the time and material contract type.
Yes. So yeah.
So that's how I got confused.
Oh no. I understand. So basically, I know it says time and materials, but yes, time could be treated as a separate thing, and materials can be treated as a separate thing.
Okay,
it doesn't mean So the bricks doesn't have to have a time. If you know what I'm saying.
Okay. Okay.
That's a common confusion point. Yeah.
Okay.
Good point.
Thanks.
Good point. And I think that's it from here. Anything else? Anything else that anyone wants to ask? Any questions? I know it's boring. I know this part of the course is boring, unfortunately. Okay. Last part of this boring part, controlling. So guys, when you have successfully secured Suhaib or McKinsey or PwC or EMAR, whoever the consultant is, whoever the thing that you've purchased is, remember you have to manage a successful relationship so you can get a successful delivery of whatever you're buying, okay? If you're buying bricks, if you're buying a coach, if you're buying McKinsey or PwC or Accenture to come and do something, make sure you manage the relationship so you can get a successful delivery of the project. The important thing to mention here is I have heard and seen so many projects basically fail because the relationship was not well managed. It is stunning to me, absolutely stunning. Some of the stories that I have heard from the market, which are like unbelievable, because 2 people did not like each other or 2 people had a disagreement, and it's usually the consultant and the person that's sitting in the company. They're doing something that might be making them look bad, or they're making it look easy, and it's making their image, tarnish their image. All sorts of stuff happens like this. So the message from the PMP is that make sure that you keep the relationship as what's the word here? Smooth. Keep the relationship smooth and you manage the relationship, okay? Let me just recap. Procurement management, by the end of the planning stages, you should have an idea based on your statement of work, your scope of work, your WBS, make or buy. What do you need to buy and what can you make internally? A good idea for you to do, if there's a lot of things, is maybe make a procurement management plan. When you have that procurement management plan in place, you might make an offer, a tender to the market saying, I need coaches to come and help us deliver leadership training. And if you get so many offers in, you need to go for each offer and select the best one based on source selection criteria. And sometimes you might have 5 or 6 vendors that you really like. You can keep them in your pre-qualified list that you can always send out tenders to, and they can always respond quickly. Sometimes, as we said, the conference, the Dubai Expo was probably the best example that I can give right now, which was a recent conference where everyone can showcase what the country's expertise are, and maybe also buy stuff from those countries as well on a large scale basis. I don't know how successful it was in doing this, but the other example is when you do weapons conferences and when you do real estate. Real estate is another popular one. And let's not forget the major part of this chapter: fixed price, cost reimbursed one-time materials. Fixed price, if it's $100,000, you got to pay $100,000. Tough if it goes over time, you still got to deal with it. And fixed price is very good for scope. When you know the scope, go for fixed price. It's best for you and the vendor. Cost reimbursable, this is when you have to pay for the costs that the vendor incurs. And also, this also applies to unknown scope, meaning you don't have a clue what's in there. Time and materials, so you pay for the time for the consultant, you pay for the time that you're using someone, and material when you pay for bricks, the brick example, whatever materials that you're using, okay? And controlling procurements, basically, after when you have procured, when you have brought in the consultant, when you've brought in the materials, make sure you manage that relationship so you can get a successful project delivery, okay? I know everyone's quiet right now because you're probably all tired. You want me to finish. I do have good news. I've got 10 slides left. Okay. Shall I just knock out the 10 slides? Then we can jump to Q&A. Yeah, I know. It's. I just got one Y. Akash said, yeah. Okay, I'm going to take that. Yeah. Okay. So I'll shut up and I'll keep moving on. Project governance. We spoke about governance yesterday, guys. Whatever the governance team says, you have to follow their policies and procedures, okay? The reason for this is that they're protecting themselves and they're protecting the company because of maybe some legal stuff or some regulatory stuff. It can be anything. The major thing is that you follow the guidelines, you follow their life cycles. If they give you stage gates, you need to go through the stage gates. So the examples that you can see on the screen here are just things for you to think about. They're not the things that you need to think about. I'm just saying these are areas of focus for you as a project manager from the project governance standpoint. And one of the major ones is phases. It could be the case that in your company, you need to produce one deliverable in a phase. You deliver it and you get a sign off. And then you might be able to do it sequentially, or you might be able to do it one after the other. It depends. From each company to company, it is different. And when you do an output from one phase of a project, it will go in and feed the next part of the project. So all we're saying here is that a project can be split up into phases, and each part of the project will deliver something one by one, or it feeds into the next part. You get sign off and you move. So you can cover your backside, as we were saying yesterday. And this is typically represented in a phase gate. Some very important questions were asked yesterday. Mohammed, do you want to ask something?
No, I would just want to say something. Maybe it's the we can know when we're gonna pay, or this one depend on the what they call. I just came in my mind the milestone. Depend on the milestone that we achieve.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. Yes, it can be a milestone from the project team, or it can also be something imposed by the governance team. It can be both.
Okay,
it can be both. So as we were saying here, guys, this is just an open list. this list has over 1,000 items in there. So it's just best to work in conjunction with the governance team. Get aware. Actually, I'm going to write this down. That's a very good point. Get aware of where. Get aware of where. that rhymes. Get aware of where your project slots in. Because when you get aware, then you'll know exactly what you need to comply with. Okay. Then you know exactly what to comply with. That's the idea. Okay. But the phase gates is the important thing, because let's say if we're building a project, which is to build a building. The building is the easiest one. Phase 1 could be clear out the sand. When the sand is cleared out, the stakeholders come and they give the sign off. So that's G1, T1 stage gate is passed. Phase 2 can be lay out the cement. So when the cement is laid out, the stakeholders come and they check it and they go, okay, sign off. Then T2, G2 stage gate is done. Phase 3 is to lay out the scaffolding, put in the construction, blah, blah, blah. And then the stakeholders come in and they sign off. Approved. T3 gate is done. Does that make sense to everyone what I'm saying? Yeah. We're nearly there, guys. We've only got another 5-6 slides and that's us done. I know it's been a long day. I know. It's usually difficult on the second day. So that's it. So that's the phase gates. So based on now sometimes the governance team imposes the phase gates that you have to do it this way. The best way for you to know as a project manager is to discuss this with your governance team and say, hey, when I do an aspect of a project, do I need to deliver anything and get a sign-off? They can tell you exactly what you need sign-offs on and what parts of the project. So it might also be the case that but when you finish planning, you need to get sign-off. That's a common one. Okay. Any questions? Okay. Fine.
Question here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
For the phase gate, you mean if I cannot finish, let's say gate number 1, I cannot go to 2?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. That's absolutely correct. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. And also, guys, planning in when you're closing the project, this is we're going to touch upon this next week as well. When you finish a project, remember, close out the project correctly. If there's any final payments that you need to make into any vendors, you pay the vendors. If there's any projects, documents that you need to submit to the governance team, compliance team, you send them out. If there's any last minute tasks, reviews that you need to do, you get that done. The major thing is that the major thing that everyone forgets is close the procurement, pay off, pay it before it goes to court. You will not believe how many people I have seen or companies I've seen in courts because they don't pay. They're squeezing the vendor, and by them squeezing the vendor, Ahmed says 100%. Yeah. So you know exactly what I'm talking about. This is happening everywhere. Please manage your relationships well with your suppliers. Please, please, please. And also accept the project deliverables, check, review, do your stakeholder reviews, do your demonstrations so you know exactly what's been delivered and you accept it and it's good to go. That's the major thing. And payments. Again, guys, please make your payments no matter what. And Mom said, I think I mean to take a sign off to every part finishes. Yes, you can. Absolutely, you can. And also, guys, when you finish a project, there's knowledge. Make sure you manage that knowledge as best as possible. Any knowledge that you gain from the project is a good thing. So we're going to use those typical lessons that we learned. The lessons learned register, use it. We spoke about this yesterday. Record anything that you have learned in the lessons learned register. Customer lessons, strategic lessons, tactical. problems that you solved. How did you solve those problems? And lastly, transfer that knowledge. Conduct knowledge sharing sessions. Share that knowledge in documents, presentations, conferences, whatever you need to do. But the important thing is that you transfer that knowledge as best as possible. Recap. The governance structure is important. You as a project manager should be aware of everything that the governance team is putting in place that you have to comply with. The most popular one is the stage gates. So just check what you need to comply with as a project manager within your company. Your company will tell you this, okay? So at each and every stage, you might need to get a sign off. And when it comes to closing the project, make sure you understand that you need to close everything. You need to close the procurements. You need to pay off your vendors. You need to get stakeholder sign-offs. You need to do reviews, demonstrations. You might need to do a rollout plan. There's so many things that you need to do. Manage your relationships with your vendors, pay them off, accept deliverables, anything that the people are delivering to you, you check it, you do customer, satisfaction, you check, is it good or not? Is it meeting your success criteria? Make the payments. And lastly, manage that knowledge because you're getting a lot of knowledge and you need to manage it as best as possible. Use the lessons learned register because it's really important and it helps you archive that knowledge for future projects and continuously be sharing knowledge between everyone. Presentations, conferences, documents, videos, whatever it is. Thank God it's the end of module 2. Congratulations, you made it. Oh, geez. Oh, Jesus Christ, man, that was difficult. I got tired, man, and you guys did most of the work today. Sally, you've unmuted yourself.
Yeah, I'm sorry, everyone. Okay, congratulations, everyone. First of all, I know you are all tired. Well, it's my last question. But one question, Suhaib. Yeah. For example, project governance, and the rest. For example, should we go to it point by point when we study? I mean, for the exam. Yes. For example, this slide, for example, how you told us yesterday, it's not about memorizing. It's not about, right? We should be reading them, right?
Or, reading them and getting an understanding. Right. I understand what they mean here. So when you see the word communication processes and procedures, what do they mean? Okay, they're basically meaning if I do something as a project manager, I need to communicate this out.
Okay.
If it says something like relationship between project team, organization groups, and external stakeholders, what does that mean? It basically means I need to make sure I manage my relationship well with those stakeholders. Okay. Basically like that. Yeah. Okay. And guys, memorization will not pass this exam. Just a wee hint there. So that was a good point to be raised. Yeah. Guys, we are going to go into Q&A. I just want to get your takeaways from today because we did cover a lot of material, and a massive congratulations to you all. That was a very difficult. Today is the difficult day. Today is one. Next week, things will get a little bit easier. Akash, one takeaway from today.
Still processing what exactly, because there are a lot of things I'm going to take. So, this project closeout, which we used to do, every day. At the moment, I'm handling more than 35 projects at a time. So, every project completes most of the things what you explained today. That was I'm doing in my regular life in my company as of now. So there are a lot of things which I was familiar with, and a lot of things which I got the new information. So project closeout is the one which I would like to, which is the major thing which I will take in memory.
Good. Aditya, what was your one takeaway?
I think the data representation is quite interesting for me because it allows you to sort of analyze various aspects of the project and sort of create the success factors as well.
Good. Ahmed, your one takeaway.
I can say all of them, Scott. Actually, yeah, it applies exactly with my work.
Excellent, good stuff. Good stuff. Asma, your one takeaway.
I would say the lesson learned to register, because it's not something I automatically think of doing. So I think it's a good tool to use for my future projects.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Mariam, feel free to write down your response in the chat and I'll read it out. Muhammad Ali, what was your one takeaway?
I think the best thing, I believe, is the presentation, the data which is being shared, and the way that we've been doing the exercises, and this is really helps guys, and gave us really a smooth transition to understand the things that we might some point might we miss, might be not understanding. So sometimes those kind of things that really helps to get to the point. So it was really helpful for me today.
Good stuff, good stuff. Sally, your one takeaway from today.
Actually, it's exactly what Muhammad just said. The exercise is really helping me a lot. Good. And also one takeaway I'd like to say about the project budget.
Yes.
That it is the cost baseline and management reserve and this stuff, and also the WBS. Really, today I feel like I got it. Khalas.
Good. Mashallah, that's good to know. Guys, that was a big point. The WBS structure is a massive takeaway from today's session. Massive. And don't forget, guys, the user story mapping. Don't forget that. Don't forget that. And nobody log off right now. Please do not log off. Yervant, your one takeaway.
Yes, basically the methodologies that we have discussed and the approaches that were used, along with the charts, they were very useful. I really liked it, how it's being implemented. Very informative.
Yes, absolutely. Now, guys, I just want to stop the screen sharing. Can I just kind of like move on from here? I get a lot. Now, look, guys, you should be communicating with me throughout the week. It doesn't matter where you communicate, if it's on YouTube, if it's on TikTok, Instagram, LinkedIn. I don't care where it's coming from. You should be communicating with me, or if you're attending my TikTok lives and asking me any questions on the live session, I don't care. You should be communicating with me on some form and asking me, Suhaib, I was looking at this and I was thinking about this. You know, I want to get your thoughts on this. Suhaib, I was reading the slides on this and I want to get your thoughts. Give your opinions. Tell me your opinions. Send me a voice note. Tell me, I want to hear what you guys are thinking. Because...
Yes. So, Haib, you mean during this week or the week after we finish? Okay.
This week, I want to hear your guys' thoughts. I want to hear you guys' opinions. I want to know what you guys are thinking right now, because that way I am better prepared as a coach for next week. Because the more information I get from you guys during the week, the better it's going to be for me next week, because that means I can tackle everything very easily for me. And also, it puts you into a position ready for coaching, ready to get some more insights as you go through. Because it's not just a week where you just kind of sit back, I attended 2 days of the PMP, that's it. No. I'm still there. I'm watching you guys, what you guys are up to. So it's important that you take advantage of this. Talk to me, join the live sessions, engage. That's the major thing. Engage with everything. So the channels are all there to help you guys engage. Check out the videos. Guys, if you go back so much into my history, you will find a lot of revision videos sitting there. Go and find them. Check it out. This is all there for your learning. And the other thing is, start to look at what's going on in the project management sphere. Because once when you start to see the stuff and how it's being managed, this week when you go back to work, you start to look at things in a more structured manner. That's another thing as well. So look at these things and also start to be more, what's the word here? Start to understand the perspective of the project manager, who this person is. Because you've covered 2 days, you should start to see this person as a key, the word I've always used is the glue. This person's the glue. Or the chicken biryani, whatever you want to say. I'll put some food in there now. But yeah, this person's that, you know, that sticks it all together, right? That's my perspective on this, right? So that's all I wanted to say. So guys, I want to say a thank you, massive thank you for all of you for turning up today. And again, thank you for so much for all your interaction. Hopefully you've enjoyed anything. If you have any questions throughout the week, feel free to drop me a voice note. I prefer voice notes more than anything. I hate it when you write English to me. I love it when you write voice notes, and I can feel the passion in your voice. It's important for me. So the end of the session for today, but that doesn't mean it's the end of the class. It means the class continues. Akash, go on my YouTube, go on my Instagram, go on TikTok. They're all sitting there. YouTube's better. So the links I sent out earlier on there, they're all there. So guys, actually, good point. So I'll just repaste them. Let me just repaste them. Oops, sorry. In the chat box. Chat to everyone. So there you go, guys. There's the so guys, if you click on the YouTube, you can subscribe to the channel. Okay, so you can click on this, so you subscribe to the channel. There's tons of stuff in there about Scrum, tons of stuff there, right? So not a problem. So you can subscribe to the channel as well. There's tons of educational stuff there, and also attend the live sessions. We get a lot of stuff in the live. That's on the TikTok. Okay. So it's 4 p.m. guys, as promised. If you would like to log off, you can log off now officially. But if you want to stay into Q&A, question and answer time, feel free to stick around. So all you got to do is just stay up, put up your hands. Any questions, and it doesn't matter if you don't ask it live on the air. You can always ask it privately after the session. It's not a problem. Anything, coaching, guidance, support, if you want to talk about any future courses, anything that you want, it's open after the course. The class doesn't end today. I want you guys to understand that. So if you've got any questions and answers, stick around. If you want to log off, feel free to log off. You've got 60 seconds. 60 seconds for if you're running out of time, if you need to go and do some Dubai Mall shopping, feel free to log off. But say your goodbye. Say your goodbye before you log off. 60 seconds starting from now. Thank you for today's session. Mind-blowing, so much information and great time, absolutely. If you have questions, stay behind, raise your hand as Ahmed has correctly done. Goodbye, guys. I'll see you guys next week. Akash, thank you so much. Feel free to log off. You've got 40 seconds left, guys. Yervant, thank you so much. Asma, thank you for everyone. See you guys next week running for my tennis class. Asma, good luck, and make sure you hit some shots for me as well, please. Aditya, thank you for today's session. Great energy and learning. Thank you so much, sir. And you know, it's been a pleasure to have you with us as well. If you're staying around, guys, please raise your hands. You've got about 20 seconds left for those people that would like to log off. 20 seconds, guys. 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Thank you all, and do have a splendid day. Absolutely, guys. If you have any questions after the course, you stay behind. You can always message me on any of the communication channels. Not a problem. Okay, got a good couple of questions there. I will take. I think we'll go for ladies first for this one, guys, just to be a little bit more generous. Sally, please go ahead.
Suhaib, I want to tell you something. I feel okay today with most of the things, but I don't know. I don't want to waste the other person's time. But can we please go back to the control chart?
Yes. I'll tell you what. I'll do that at the end. Is that okay?
Okay. Oh yeah. Sure.
I'll probably do that. So I'll probably do that. That's fine. Okay. I'll do that at the end. So stay there.
Yeah. Sure.
Ahmed, you go first.
Okay. So for now, let's say we have 2 courses which is finished now. Next week we have another 2 courses, Saturday, Sunday. From now until next week, what do you advise for watching videos or reading or anything else?
I want you guys to be watching some of the YouTube videos from my channel. That'll be very helpful. I want you guys
to the PMP, you mean?
related to the PMP, and also start to read maybe one or two, some notes and some areas that you feel uncomfortable with. When you're reading them, if you have any questions, drop me a message on any of my socials, and I'll message you guys back with some answers, because it's easy for me. It's easy.
The material that we have taken only, right? That's what you mean.
Material that you've taken, and also feel free to read the material that's in your slides, which are the other slides, which is for the, for more knowledge gathering.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool.
Thank you.
Cool. No problem. Yervant, please.
Yes, basically my question is related to the topic that we discussed previously. You mentioned that nowadays companies are becoming more dependent on product management and scrum masters for their projects. Now in our company, it's very, let's say, deeply invested in that. There are so many advantages to it, but I just want to get your feedback regarding the conflicts that can be created between the product manager and the project manager.
Yes.
Because it's happening, and sometimes as a project manager, it's important for them to understand that they have to align. But the confusion is that sometimes the product manager considers that this is his product, but he's indirectly acting as a project manager. Yes. So you don't want to hurt his feelings or her feelings. So what do you think? Like, why in
Yervant, there's a bit of education that's required here, because if the project manager should disappear if it's a product manager. Basically, project manager will report to the product manager. Don't forget who's got more seniority here. If you have a product manager, this person is a key leadership position. He's someone senior in the company. Now, unless he's a product owner, he's right at the bottom. Okay. But if he's a product manager, he can have 10 to 20 project managers reporting to him. Yeah. That might come to you as a shock. So, Yervant, you might need to, how about this? Let's take this offline, because this might be some serious, we might need to look at the structure so I can give you a proper...
No, I just wanted to get your point about this so that I have a better understanding on the whole process.
Yes. If there's something specific, feel free to ask me offline. There might be something, because there might be something, but I'm just letting you know, based on the current structure, based on the current market trends, where the industry is going right now, product managers have the power.
Okay, but when you're dealing with the customer, so basically the product manager is not involved in the communication with the customer, right?
The product manager will be the first person involved with the customers.
Okay, so
project managers need to listen to what the product manager says. However, product manager might say, project managers, please come and join me in this session so you can also help me. He will require he might work in a collaborative manner. It depends on what is going on within the company.
Okay.
Yervant, I'm speaking to you in the manner which is, what is the trend in the industry? But this is very dependent on what your company's circumstances are right now.
Yes.
Please take this with a pinch of salt, everything I've told you. I think there's something different. I think there might be something confidential there that we can have a discussion of offline.
Sure thing. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Suhaib.
God bless.
Yes. Have a great evening.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Cool. So I think that's it. So Yervant, so feel free to log off. So Sally.
Yeah. Sorry. I forgot to unmute.
You're there. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool. So what I'm going to do is, I think we've done that. I'm going to just stop. You don't need the recording. You will just stop the recording here. That's fine.
Yeah.